Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. We are talking about the case out of Pictou County, Nova Scotia. Jack and Lilly Sullivan, ages 4 and 6 years old, vanished from their Nova Scotia home on May 2nd, 2025. It has been a year that Jack and Lilly has been missing, and still yet we don't know where they are today. Recently, the stepfather, Daniel Martell, did an interview with our friend Sunny from It's a Crying Shame, and he really messed up the narrative. He keeps messing up, and we're going to talk about that today. A lot to talk about on the other side of this.
I've walked through storms in scars and grace, smile through pain with a painted face. They called me too loud, too much, too strong, but honey, that's the reason I belong. Every scar's a scripture, every tear's a hymn. I found my worth where the light grew dim. They tried to break me, but here's a twist. I turned my pain into a clenched fist. I'm an unbreakable woman, born of fire and pearl. I shine like grace in a reckless world. You can test my faith, you can shake my plan, but I'll rise again. Just watch me judged by the gloss, not the cause. But God don't build weak hearts from gold. He made me fierce and he made me bold. I bend, I pray, I roll, I rise with mascara, tears and battle cries. Don't need your crown, I forge my own. From ashes, honey, I build my throne. I'm an unbreakable soul, dressed in truth and pearl. The fire don't scare me, it lights my world. You can doubt my voice, but you'll hear my name. I'm holy and heard, and I'm done with shame. For everyone cold, too much, too loud, too real. You're not to anything. You're exactly what power looks like. I'm an unbreakable soul through the fire and flame. My scars are stories, my strength, my faith. Faith in my heart, fire in my curls, energy burning. Clutch them pearls.
Let's go.
Coming in clutch, better tighten them pearls, dropping cold facts. Get the truth for the world, no smoke, no fluff. Just the real that we trust, hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch. Coming in clutch, better tighten them pearls, dropping cold facts. Got the truth for the world, no smoke, no fluff. Just the real that we trust, hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch. Coming in clutch.
No, Sheila, she's fine. I just did a video of her the other day.
Coming in clutch, better tighten the pearls, dropping cold facts. Got the truth for the world, no smoke, no fluff. Just the real that we trust, hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch.
Welcome and thank you. Well, hello, everyone. Good to see you all. Thank you all so much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. You could have chosen to be anywhere on YouTube. You have a lot of options, anywhere on the internet, anywhere in the world, and you chose to be right here. And your time is very valuable, and I do appreciate you spending some time with me. Today is May 12th, 2026. It is currently 6:50 p.m on the East Coast of the United States. Bonjour. Hello, everyone. Good to see you all. Tonight, we're talking about the Jack and Lilly Sullivan case, and we are at a little over a year. And recently, the parents are starting to speak out, i.e., in my opinion, lie again, or pretending that they're actually being productive in the missing children's case by handing out water bottles. You've been waiting for me all day. Oh, that's so sweet. Good to see you, Clova, Barbara, always, Christy. Hey, Pammy. Thank you so much, Mama. Good to see you. Thank you so much. If you received one of those, make sure you give Miss Pammy a big thank you. Thank you very much for your support, my love. You're very kind to me, Miss Pammy. I appreciate you very much. So good to see you, my friend. And Susan, thank you so very much. Good to see you. Pam, the other Pam. Well, we got a Pammy and a Pam. Good to see you. Summer breeze makes me feel fine. And good to see you, my dear. Tony, hello. Clover Dishes. Oh my, thank you for my membership. Woo, you got a membership. Good to see you, my friend. And Pam, good to see you. NS Hippie. Hello, Miss Barbara, Teresa. Susan, Annie, Miss Joyous up in here. I figured you'd be having dinner, Miss Joyous. Have you had your dinner yet? Miss Leslie, always keeping it real. Victoria, good to see you. Peggy, Green Eyes, how you doing? And we got Christy. By the way, Green Eyes, I'm going to do live stream, I think on Summer Wells tomorrow. Clover, good to see you. Susan, Summertime Breeze, you're funny, Justin. We just got home. Good to see you, my friend. Christy and Tina. Let's see here. Neva from NYX. Does that mean New York City, NYX? I know NYC means New York City, but does NYX? I think that means New York City too. Brandy, hello. In Indy, Victoria. Good to see you all. Guys, do me a favor as we are just starting this one up. Please do me a favor, hit that thumbs up button, share the live out, copy that link, drop it in any of your favorite social media. Also consider hyping the video. Greatly appreciate that as well. You get 3 hypes a week after the live stream. The more you participate in the live stream, the more points you get. So good to see you. There's the queen. I see you. Good to see you, my friend. Sarah Jane. How you doing, girl? How you doing? And Christy. Good to see you, Tony. Who else? Miss Susan Clover Bites. Nana Rocks. Good to see you, dear. Good to see everyone. So I did like maybe an hour and a half yesterday on this, and it's a long one, guys. But there is and it only as it progresses, he only gets worse, believe it or not. And we're gonna pick up where we left off yesterday because it's a doozy. It's a doozy. Uh, might be a long one tonight. I don't know. I only have one live stream planned, so might be a long one. We'll see. We'll see. So get comfortable. Get comfortable. Grab your favorite drink. Get in your favorite chair, and just chillax with this as I uh, increase my blood pressure uh, and scream. Okay. because Daniel gets my blood pressure up. He does. He does. It really makes me mad that there's just so many lies on a 4 and a 6-year-old children, beautiful children that are somewhere out there. And I believe with all of my fiber of my being that Daniel knows where they are and Malaya knows what happened, in my opinion. So we're going to be talking about this gentleman, I say that term very loosely, interview that he did with our friend Sunny from It's a Crying Shame. And we're just going to kind of pick up where we left off. I'm exhausted moving day again. Oh, girl, let me tell you something. Moving is very difficult. It sucks. It sucks to move all your stuff. That's when you will like get rid of a lot of stuff, so you don't have to carry it. Just sell it. I don't know. I agree. Getting harder to listen to Daniel. He has so many stories. Oh, you just don't even know. I mean, this was 10 hours of Daniel. Sad. My prayers are with Jack and Lilly every day. I only live about 3 hours, give or take. Wow. NS. I didn't hear how his court went. Anyone? Nana rocks. So, like last time, they postponed it because there is more evidence that came up. And yeah. The other day, Tina, the other day or since he's done this interview. I've thrown so much stuff. Yeah. Hey, Tanya, good to see you. Okay. Let me make sure this is where we were. I'm sure this is where we're at.
About this all, and so it's something option, and it's not just yours; it's by Malaya's as well, and the past children.
Let me just see where we were at.
Has,
the biggest misconceptions is you have Darren kind of starting out
because
but the children were never neglected or abused.
Yep, this is where we left off. Daniel says the children were never neglected or abused. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. That's a big fat lie.
That's one of the biggest misconceptions is you have Darren coming out saying that, if they would have lasted a couple more months with Daniel, they would have died of starvation.
Well, I believe there was no way out for those kids unless CPS or family got them out. And as much as I'm not a fan of Darren, I do agree with him on that.
Like, that is such a terrible thing and a terrible perspective to have. And it's such a disgusting thing for someone to say.
I mean, because Darren is the one that basically said, kind of about the abuse, really, and then he kind of was like, but I mean, and then it's kind of like he said it, and then he was like, kind of like justifying the answer, type of thing, and
we really have to ask what the motive for Durwood is, and in my opinion, I believe it's his son. Hey, Miss Dolores, good to see you, Mama. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Miss Dolores. Appreciate you. Thank you, best friend. Thank you so much, Miss Dolores. Hopefully you're doing good, my dear. Recovering from the old flu.
He also said that when Patty asked him to go take Malaya out of the situation with you.
I heard that, but I also found out that was false.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, I'm just going by what.
So Durwood said that Patty, a couple weeks before Jack and Lilly went missing, Patty spoke to him about going over to Daniel and Malaya's and getting Malaya and the kids out of there. I don't really believe that, to be honest with you.
What Darren said.
Yeah, of course. But, and it's hard to sift through the bullshit when
you're lying.
Yeah, it truly is.
No, it is.
No, I
Of
I
course,
know
Katie.
because
What's going on,
I
honey?
live in this world where I constantly get messages. It's, did you do this? Did Malaya do this? Um, it's just crazy the stories and conspiracies that people
That the
make up out of
parents
thin
lie
air,
about. Yes, it is.
or when someone says something and then it goes through so many third parties that
I agree.
what you hear at the very end of the statement from where it originated, it's completely different.
Well,
This is the narcissism in him, in my opinion, where he's speaking about other people's stories changing. I mean,
and
From where it originated, it's
the original statement from where it originated,
completely different.
it's completely different. Pot, meat, kettle.
well, and that's the thing where this case has gotten, and that's kind of like, when I stopped doing lives just over 2 months ago,
Yep.
at the end of the day, I still
That's right.
meaning there was,
That's right,
besides
Elsie.
repeating myself,
Hey,
there was
man,
nothing
Jerry,
I felt like I really wanted to do a live on.
Meredith.
Sure. I mean, I have a life outside of Jack and Lilly, of course, right?
Yep.
I mean, covering the case. I mean,
Yep, I can show that receipt, Meredith, where his own kids, his own children, which was not much older than Jack and Lily, said he was mean to Jack and Lily. He showed that.
I'm entitled to do whatever I want or cover something as much as I want and whatever. But I did, and I think you had stopped talking. But the thing is that if I feel like I'm just
If I can
repeating
find it right
myself,
here.
I have to feel in my heart that I need.
Okay. Let me get to.
the truth and now.
Our daughters all speaking out, and
Who thinks to even do that shit?
I have more information on that.
Tax credit.
Okay, listen to this.
Well, would need them absolutely nothing to do with Jack and Lily's disappearance.
Listen to this.
And maybe the Malaya's corner knows something. I mean, because when I'm listening to Anita now, right, all I'm thinking in my head is, well, who the hell trades in their car on a Tuesday? Meaning Cindy. Who calls tax credit?
Yes. Cindy, after Jack and Lily's going missing, Cindy is trading in her car. Malaya's trying to get her children's tax credit.
Right after the kids go missing, like on the Monday or whatever it was. Like,
yeah. Kids go missing on a Friday. Tuesday, Malaya's mom is allegedly trading in her car. That Monday, Malaya's trying to get a tax credit. Is that actually him? Sounds like he's on Helium Bazaar. It is, Dee. It is. It is. He does sound different. He does sound a little different. But it's him. It is him.
Who thinks to even do that shit?
I have more information on that. I know I said this in the, some of my earlier, time speaking out. Malaya, the first thing she asked for was, our daughter's ultrasound pictures, right?
Yeah.
That's not really of importance to the case at all.
Right.
But the next thing she asked for was
birth certificates, right?
Yeah, birth certificates, school photos, and I believe it was their health cards.
I mean, I can understand. I mean, you guys know I'm not a fan of Malaya, but I can understand she wanted her she left with virtually nothing. I can understand her wanting those important papers. I can understand that.
I'm trying to recall.
Right. Probably.
I think that's what it was.
But Daniel wants you to believe that it's something nefarious. Oh, we need their birth certificates and all of this because, Malaya took the kids, put them somewhere.
And then some of the next thing she asked for was,
I don't know if Dee Dee's still in here. Dee Dee, I have never seen someone lie so much about stupid things. I mean, this man lies about things he just does not have to.
um, um, what was it? The custody documents
Yeah.
from her and Cody's court case
Oh, okay.
with Lily and Jack. Investigators came and got them as well, and then eventually, after like 5 or 6 months,
What did they come and get? Hold on, I didn't hear that.
what was it? The custody documents from her and Cody's court case
Oh, okay.
with Lily and Jack.
Okay. Custody.
Investigators came and got them as well, and then eventually, after like 5 or 6 months, all Jack and Lily's clothes and toys, they
No,
went
never.
with investigators to Cheryl's house.
No, there is no begging for Jack and Lily's return with Daniel. There is none. When you know where they're at, you kind of forget about that, even though he says he believes they're alive. No, he doesn't.
As I'm told.
Lion sack of garbage.
Okay. Sorry about. Okay, so
Yeah.
so now, so in saying that though, like the last thing I'd be thinking about is my child tax credit.
He goes and has
like they're missing. Like I wouldn't.
He either goes to the bathroom or goes and gets a drink of water up here, and when he comes back, it's off the rails. Off the rails.
But did you hear about, like, did you hear Nita when she said that Cindy didn't even miss a day of work and that she traded in her car? I mean, that doesn't sound like she's lying.
Yeah, and Anita, I can't say that Anita's lying on the aspects of Malay and Cindy because she has an interpersonal relationship with them. But as it goes for me and Mom, we don't know Anita.
Joya says, Daniel stated that the children played in the backyard, so why in the photos is the children plaything toys out in the front yard? I don't know what you mean, Joyce. Which playthings? Like their swinging stuff was out in the backyard. That little kitchenette thing that should have been thrown away a long time ago was out in the backyard, if that's what you mean. What you mean by that, my dear? Charlotte, 10 months. What a legend. Good to see you, my darling. Appreciate you very much. Good evening, everyone. Well, good evening, Miss Charlotte. How you doing? Daniel's all about me. Absolutely. Oh, trikes and other push toys. Okay. Yeah. You remember that little kitchenette thing? Janie said something about that was Daniel's kids' toy, and like Jack and Lily couldn't play with it.
Anita, we never met her before, so
yeah,
she doesn't know anything about us, not unless it's what Malay and Cindy told her. And at that point, it would be a mixed perspective of, hatred toward me and Mom. So.
Well, I was going to say, because at the end of the day, regardless, right, you have your own thoughts when somebody's speaking. And I get it if you think that she's like freaking far off the ledge on, talking about Jordan or pimping Malaya out and different shit like that.
Yeah.
But then, like I said, like I try to listen to what things that make sense. And what made sense was that being told that Malaya
probably standing out in her front yard with Tucka, and looking up at the drones, the non-existent
getting
drones.
Dolled up and acting like she didn't have two children missing. Mm-hmm. Like I don't think that Anita's.
I believe Haley said that as well.
Of
Malaya.
Yeah. Haley did say that to me, but
yeah.
I asked, right, and I know that Anita said that Haley was always very very courteous and nice and whatever when she had gone there, gave her a hug and stuff like that. Now in saying that, again, I still think, I don't think that Anita's off when she says that she just felt this whole weirdness while she was there, like meaning like two children are missing and you're going out with Cheryl and you're home but not home, and you're,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
it's just those some of those things that you said, which sound like logical, that they're
Yeah,
not.
they're more grounded.
Yeah, yeah,
Things he
answer.
says. They're more grounded.
You
But then
know,
you have like that recording that was done with her, her and whoever that was. That wasn't my friend. That wasn't Chance. I want to clarify
what
that.
recording? So
Okay.
like I don't know much about this whole
Yeah,
recording.
you weren't around for that, but it was one of the
Listen to this.
craziest recordings I have ever heard. And it's
Daniel, I have some recordings of Janie coming into the house and cussing you. So I've heard some pretty crazy recordings.
it was I don't know if you want to play it on your channel or
No.
not, but
It-
it's not it's one of the most crazy it's
So-
completely up in the air, and that's not Chance. And
what was it, Jordan?
I don't know who it was. I don't think it was Jordan either.
Okay.
And I know it wasn't Chance because, Chance messaged me right away after, because Anita sent the
After what? After what, Daniel? He messaged you after you caught yourself. What did he message you? This guy went to pick up his friends at town. What was it? The next day? Why did he go pick up his friends to search for Jack and Lily? You don't think he was busy? I don't buy that. I feel like there was another motive there. If your friends can't get to you whenever your children go missing, then you don't have time to go drive 40 minutes, Daniel.
the RCMP to Chance's house.
Okay.
And Anita told the RCMP that Chance assaulted her, and that he was going to do that he threatened her, and he was going to do a mass shooting in Pictou County.
Shit.
The RCMP showed up to Chance's house, and he's like, what's going on? He's just like, you have guns and you're going to do a mass shooting. You assaulted it. And then Anita's like sending him the recording, and like that recording's like, it wasn't Chance, and Chance lost his job over this bullshit.
No, we didn't.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
no, we didn't. He was a meth head, and that's why he lost.
Because so many people were calling his work harassing
That's what I
his
mean.
workplace, that he
You
lost
think
his
so,
job,
Deception Detective?
and he liked that job. And Chance
Yeah.
never did anything wrong. This
I was-
was all caused by Anita's just lack of lack of this
Such a
humility.
liar.
She was making this comment too, and I know would not be true. She was making this comment too, that something about Belinda got her lawyer to make threats towards a Jordan or something like that, and I think it was something like that. And I'm like, okay, Belinda is not that grandma that's sitting there going, you know what? Let's just throw out some threats and and so stuff like that. When I know that, that's not true, it just sounds
Okay, I'm gonna
ridiculous, and I'm
fast
sure.
forward
But
through
that's
this
Really,
part.
like people came to my house, and that, she was making up this stuff like, like people came to my house in ski masks, and
I was going to say. So while she was at the house,
very, very good, respectable people. But when you get pushed to the edge, no one.
and I was.
Yes,
what
the
she
actual
observed.
personal interactions that she had with Malaya and
Correct.
Cindy. Yes.
Like, so if she said, and I asked Malaya, like, about your child tax credit, and then she says the answer, type of thing. I get it. It's still coming, third hand to us in a sense, but those are the things that more interest me, because I'm like, well, why would anyone be thinking to care about that if your 2
Mhm.
children are missing? Why would you?
Well, I believe, I believe Malaya went back to the house because Daniel had till April 30th to fix the taxes, because he screwed up 2 years worth of taxes. They took Malaya's money away for the last 2 months, and I think it started a fight.
You think that to get dolled up, like you're hearing this from the
I think it
family,
is.
and the family's
Phoebe.
getting upset
don't
with
know.
Malaya because she's not telling anything different, really, than what she said in the interview. And I don't believe in that at all myself. Like I said, there's this weirdness that's going on with this case. Regardless, it's just, from the mother perspective, it's just not like, in what world does a stepdad, like, regardless, Daniel, in what world does the stepdad take more action, just in general, than the own mother of the children?
Because he does what's right.
Oh my God. He's talking to himself in third person again because he does what's right, not I do what's right. You're a psychopath, Daniel, in my opinion. You don't do anything that's right. You do it to save your own ass.
That's the way he was raised, is to do the right thing.
That's the way he was raised, not that's the way I was raised.
It doesn't matter how much judgment or what people think of me. It's just,
He's nuts.
I have to spread as much awareness as possible. And I know that no one is going to do that other than, I keep coming back to, Belinda has been doing it. And God bless her for that. But it's time that Malaya's family and Malaya speak out. And she could easily go on shenanigans. She has no problem, talking behind the scenes with her.
Yeah.
How about shenanigans? If you're a
Daniel said when the last interview that he did with Charmaine's, he said, if Malaya comes and speaks out, he will use it to his advantage. And he said he would literally exploit her.
a real friend, and you do have the platform for her to speak out, how come none of them use that platform to their advantage to raise awareness? It's mind-boggling and mind-blowing to me that they don't do this. No matter the cost. Like, people are going to say things regardless if you're not talking or talking. But at least if you're talking, you're doing something productive for the case.
You're incriminating yourself.
I mean, I imagine Malaya behind the scenes does stuff with investigators, and Cheryl's the
I believe Malaya is working with investigators now.
voice for that. Oh, we go see investigators once a week for updates. Why don't you ever tell the public what the updates are? You can fully do that. I've been doing that for I don't know how long. Those updates are from your own personal experience. Share your personal experience. You don't have to share any of the classified stuff. Just share.
He won't speak to someone like me or to deception detective.
What goes on that you're allowed to share.
He's such a puss.
But they just, it's frustrating. But I'm going to continue to do what I'm going to do, which is speak out for Lily and
Lie your
Jack
ass off.
when no one else will, except for Belinda. She still does it.
Yeah.
She's
One of
the
the
only
things that
one.
actually pissed me off, and honestly, was in that letter that was written that "Please Bring Me Home" people wrote, is that, to me personally,
Deception detective. He literally said that there is sometimes 50 drones a night that is in around his house. And he said the RCMP ones blink red, white, and blue. And there's 4 of them, northeast, south, and west, that is around his house that protect him.
is that this mother had the audacity to actually ask people to keep searching for Jack and Lily. I can't remember how she worded it at this point, but it just made me, it's kind of like in a comment she made to Belinda.
You really
like,
don't
why
think
isn't
it's him?
Daniel out searching for my kids? And I thought,
I do.
and I was trying to kind of read into what does that mean exactly? Like, why aren't you out searching for your kids? What do you mean you're giving this letter that you're not even reading, and you're asking for other people to keep searching for Jack and Lily? And meanwhile, I'm sorry, but there's platforms to use to bring the awareness. And so that to me is a huge red flag. It is.
And then that shows a little bit of who Malaya is through those words, right?
Well, Again, I'm just taking the perception of what I'm being shown.
Mhm.
And at the end of the day, Daniel, and in this case, it happens to be you are the stepdad of Jack and Lily. Malaya is the mother of Jack and Lily, and of course, all these other family members and stuff like that. Again, it's the perception, right? That's all we got to go on, right? So no matter how much
Yeah,
like, I might know you say
it's
more than
Daniel.
Malaya, I don't really know you at all. Besides everything that you've done in interviews or what you've said, the inconsistencies that have gone on along the in that
I
uh,
heard him rustling in the kitchen. What it sounded
Okay,
like.
listen to
hearing where
this.
you
Here we
heard
go.
cupboard doors open
Listen to
that
this.
morning.
Here we
Mhm.
go.
What exactly were you hearing? Were you hearing cupboard doors open?
I heard him rustling in the kitchen. What it sounded like to me is, I can't pinpoint the exact sounds, but it sounded like clothes.
I don't know about you, but I can tell what my kids are doing in every damn room. You know what they're doing. You know what they're around, what they're messing with. Come on now.
Or the
But remember, Daniel says he was asleep in one interview, but he said he wasn't nowhere near asleep in the other. But he knows the kids were in another room.
chair or chairs. It was like a rustling sound that something was being moved out in the kitchen, and being down in the bedroom.
Well, you're going to know what it is being moved in your kitchen. I mean, you have a lot of trash in your kitchen. There's not really much to move other than trash and maybe a table.
I don't have a clear distinction of what was actually being moved, the actual items in question, but I can only guess as chair or clothing or something like that. But when we went out to the kitchen, me and Malaya, that morning, and also our daughter, because Malaya was carrying her, there was no chairs moved. The cupboards weren't open. There was no food taken. But it leaves
1.25.
to the imagination, like, what was going on? Like, I don't understand, because I heard Jack wrestling out in the kitchen with
Here he goes.
something or doing something. I heard that when Lily opened up the door and popped her head in, right? And that's when
Hold on. What? Wait.
what was going on? Like, I don't understand, because I heard Jack.
Okay. My kids are older now. They're, teenagers, but if I had a 4 and a 6-year-old and I was listening to them and I didn't know what they were getting into, what would you do? You would get your ass up and you would check to see what they were into. But no, they just supposedly there. I don't believe a single thing happened that morning. I believe this is all made up. It's what I call, they don't even have an anchor to truthfulness. Most people, when they lie, there is some truth in it. No, not this guy.
Wrestling out in the kitchen with something or doing something. I heard that when Lily opened up the door and popped her head in, right? And that's when I said, shh, like Meadows trying.
Oh, okay. So he's saying here that this is whenever he heard Jack out in the kitchen, is when Lily came to the bedroom and opened the door, and he said, shh.
Trying to sleep, shh. And, that's when I was with Meadow and I went back to sleep. But I don't remember if Malaya was in the bed or not. That's something I don't recall.
Now,
What? Hold on. What? He says he doesn't know if Malaya is in the bed or not. You're fucking awake. You turned your head and said, shh, allegedly, which I don't believe that. Your eyes are obviously open. You're going to know if your girlfriend or whoever is in your bed. Daniel says he turns his head. Lily's at the door. And while Lily's at the door, he also hears Jack in the kitchen wrestling around like he's moving something, and he tells uh, Lily to shh like that, but he doesn't know if Malea's in the bed or not. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you don't know who's in your bed. You're nuts, Daniel. You're absolutely nuts. I mean, you've been with Malaya how many years? You was with her 3 years. You don't know if she's in your bed at this time? I mean, there's been times where I've barely known a couple people in my bed, right? But I certainly knew if they were in my bed or not. Okay? Come on, Daniel.
Leah made a comment in to me when she had messaged me that basically to say that like this wasn't a one-off, like meaning that your mom would call her whenever the kids were outside. So was it kind of like, and don't get me wrong, Daniel, when you
No,
live in
no, it was mom would call if they didn't have, if they took off their gloves or they, took off their boots or they they pulled off their jacket. If say it was raining outside, they'd pull off their jacket. And mom would always call Malay and say, Jack just threw off his gloves and he's, playing in the snow with no gloves on. And that's when mom would call Malaya.
now, but so when it comes
Most of the time I wasn't home. Like when they were in the backyard, like most of the time I would be at work, right? Because most of the time I only worked the one day.
right.
If I didn't want to work
Which
any more days.
Which you was supposed to work Friday. You was supposed to work Friday. And I believe he wasn't going to work Friday either way because I believe he thinks Malay was going to leave him that day.
Like I would take the one day, and then I would receive the other 4 days of unemployment insurance.
Yeah.
Right. So I still got paid basically for the full week.
Yeah, gotcha.
But there was only 1 week of actual work, other than if I wanted to go in and fill days with hours.
Listen
But
right here.
I always found it more important that I could spend more time with Malaya and the family, right?
Just quickly, when did you go from working full time, like your job, right?
Any extra hours because he felt like spending time with Malaya and the family was more important, right? So he could run the roads and get his cracola. Yeah, that seems legit, Daniel. Malaya's not getting any money at that point. You're literally smoking it as fast as or faster than it comes in. And God forbid you be an actual man and go work some extra hours to make some extra money.
Obviously it's
seasonal. So
yeah. So
it could be put down to one day at any time's notice. Like I would just look at the inventory of what we have in the yard, like log wise, right? The more logs you have, the more time you're going to be able to work, right? But it's never a steady progression. There could be days where we cut a lot more logs and we don't have machine breakdowns or there's problems with the machinery.
Yeah.
So it's like on a weekly basis, we would know what we worked the next week.
So was just for when you were say working, like besides the one day, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Just to ask you before that, was it like some days you'd go in 3 days a week, or were you typically going in 5 days?
It's usually when I'm not working a one day, sometimes 2 days. Right. It would be I went in and I would get 45 plus hours.
Right.
So.
Okay. Now, so anyway, so going back to that, like, so what
I don't believe Daniel ever worked a 45-hour week.
Gonna say
ever
was about the children. Okay. So, I mean, it's not unheard of or abnormal for children to kind of wake up and go outside, play in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not like you guys are the first or the last that would,
but they never did that before May 2nd. Right. That's the crazy.
They never did that before May 2nd. But they say Jack walked away when they were at Patty's. and all of these oddities on May 2nd, right? Everyone was kind of in, but out of sleep, in when it could, benefit them, out of, in sleep rather, whenever they were, um, the kids would disappear, allegedly, and out of sleep whenever it would benefit them. So they can't incriminate themselves, right?
The biggest thing about this is
I
they
can't.
never did that at any other time other than May 2nd. And the thing I still can't get over is Jack's navy blue spring coat is missing.
Okay. Now, remember, there was a coat that wasn't missing, and then it was missing. And then he said he found that coat. And then he says it wasn't missing. And now he says it is missing again.
And investigators and the RCMP know that, but they never changed the description of Jack.
He's been listening to me, even though Daniel says he doesn't watch the internet, because he did mention this the other day on Charmaine's. And I said, Daniel, why in the hell has the RCMP not changed what Jack and Lily were supposedly wearing? And so in this interview, when he talks about the coat, he says, yeah, and they never changed the flyer of what Jack and Lily were wearing. Don't forget, I have text messages of Daniel where he says, we can't tell you what Jack and Lily are wearing, but just know it's not what you think they are wearing. Oh, yes, Clover. Yes, he is. In any case, if investigators won't share anything with you, zilch about a case, they will share what the last thing they were wearing, and the last location they were seen, and the last time that they were seen. That is something investigators, police, RCMP, FBI, local police, state police, federal police, provincial police, RCMP, the Crown, I don't give a damn where, they were going to tell you those things.
Right.
That's one of the hardest, things to get over is Lily's pink coat's still there, but Jack's is missing. There's no other place it could be.
And Daniel, you think we're supposed to believe you after you said nothing was missing, then something was missing, then it was found, then it's missing again, then it was found, now it's missing again, and then you were the only one, not even Malaya lied about the pink blanket in the beginning. And we're supposed to believe you when you were the only one that lied about the pink blanket and the boot prints. And then have said 4 times, missing, not missing.
Other than on Jack.
So that's what makes this odd, is that, well, then why would the children all of a sudden say, go out? Because your mom said that she heard them in the backyard, not that she's seen them, but that she heard them.
Listen to this right here.
Place that time after 9, we'll say 9 to 9:30ish area, somewhere in that area. So the thing is that, again, I mean,
and then also when mom came out and we'll call it confronting Malaya, she asked Malaya, like, how long they've been missing. Malaya said about 20 minutes or 20 minutes. And it just doesn't make sense. If she knew they were gone for 20 minutes, that means she knew the time that they left. If you knew the amount of time they were gone for.
You piece of caca, Daniel, you said 20 minutes as well. You see how things that he has said that he's trying to place off on Malaya now? Oh, I'm not blaming anybody anymore. I learned my lesson. But he will jab at Malaya. Now listen, I think Malaya knows exactly where the kids, what happened to the kids. She may not know where the kids are. I believe Daniel knows what happened and where the kids are, but you're not going to say something and then put it off all on Malaya. That's not how it's going to work, Daniel.
That means you knew the time they left.
Right.
You were the one that said you weren't even remotely asleep, Daniel. That was you. Remember, you said you was awake and Malaya was asleep. Malaya said she was awake. You were asleep. You told the reporter you wasn't even remotely asleep. It's a very odd word. And the only thing I can think of, Mohawk, is this happened Thursday night. I believe there was a fight Thursday night, and there could have been a confrontation with Janie.
Okay, so
That's not the word you use when Janie is going out to step on her porch and she just is, Malaya is just out there. Remember, Janie just says she just kind of steps out on her porch and Malaya is just standing there and she's like, "Hey, what's up?" Where's the confrontation?
we knew about Jack and Lilly again, according to you and Malaya and whatever. Lily comes in the bedroom. You said a couple of times, and then Malaya specifically says at 8:20 for one time. And I know it's just a rough, but obviously there is digital for about the phone call.
Very, very good point. Very good point. Right. Very good point. And I promise you, Green Eyes, now that we're going to say that, you said that, he's going to change it. You thought the kids were in school, Daniel. So why did you jump up thinking they were gone? Right? That's an excellent point. If Malaya said, "Do you hear the kids?" and Daniel says no, so they both jump up, right? And they go into the kitchen stuff. Daniel should have said, what do you mean they're at school? I thought they were at school. He's going to change that now. But Daniel doesn't listen to the internet, y'all.
To her mother that never got answered, but it was one of those things. So then next thing you know, we jump in this time frame, and that was one of the things that was always frustrating with me with you, is that no one really was kept bringing this up, and I just wanted to understand.
None that we're
and I know
aware of, Anna.
it's not like you owed me the information, but
It
it's
absolutely
kind of
is.
one of those things that's kind of like, well, when you want people to know the truth and the timeline, then you better be consistent with what you're saying and stuff like that. But if there's one thing that always bugged me, it was because it kind of dropped off at 8:30 timeline. And then next thing you know, we moved to about 9:50. When you guys all of a sudden realized that the kids aren't around. And there was never, like, from the interviews in the news articles at the start and stuff, and there was never anything that was being told about this time of 8:30 to how did we get from 8:30 to like 9 something. Your mom's on the phone talking with, her brother, your Uncle Ron there, at 8:48 for whatever 3 minutes or whatever that was, but there was never this time frame because it just kind of jumped, from 8:30 to like 9:50 basically. And then I think you told Kent, well, actually it was like more like 9:45. And I was like, well, potatoes on that 9:45, 9:50. Bottom line is there's still a gaping hour that's unaccounted for just by your guys' own words or timeline. And of course, to me, that's important because, if your mom says, is because your mom talks about her timeline, but her timeline then leads to the being, if hearing the children, it leads you to past the 9 o'clock mark. Right. So then, okay. So in this time,
I want to show you something right here. I want to show you a little receipt right here. Daniel says, I only wish I could tell you the details surrounding Malaya and her family and the disappearance. So, Daniel, you should be just as clueless about all of this if you don't know where Jack and Lily is. I'll let you know that Malaya was set to stay with me and the baby to leave with my cousin. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? That tells you that Meadow could not be at that property with Daniel. That's what that tells you. Could not be at the property with Daniel because they were going to take the baby. It was going to go to the cousins, allegedly. But Malaya and Cindy ended up taking Meadow and then leaving. That tells us that Malaya could still be around Meadow. Cindy could be around Meadow, but Janie and Daniel could not be. Now, Malaya ended up messing that up. But in the beginning, Meadow could still be with her mom as long as Cindy was there. I'll let you know that Malaya was sent to stay with me and the baby to leave with my cousin, but 5 minutes alone with her mother. After the first search briefing, Malaya completely changed. She couldn't even look at me. An hour before this, Malaya told the RCMP she felt happiest and safest with me. It was a different Malaya. Okay. Daniel says here, I'll add some more info to the story. We lived in Truro and we moved so she could get away from her mother. Malaya couldn't stand being around her anymore. Malaya asked me many times recently in the last few months if she should cut off her mother from her life. Now, I will say, I think I've shown you guys text messages of Malaya talking about her mom in a very evil way, but I think it was just a kid being mad at their mom. Okay, Malaya asked me many times recently, what if you, let me see here. I always said no. That's your mother. Yeah, right, Daniel. You could not stand Malaya's mom. Lily always tried to take her backpack outside because it was her only play backpack. My other daughter, which is B, taught her to do that. It's blurry. When me and all the kids would play treasure hunt outside. I was thinking about that. It's very interesting. Daniel talks about treasure hunt whenever they found his name with that treasure hunt with the bottle out there recently as well. Malaya put Lily and Jack on the back burner when Meadow was born. I taught Lily and Jack everything from potty training, getting Luthers for their mouth like cough drops. I did everything for them. Lily and Jack called me dad and came to me for everything, never Malaya. She had no control over the kids. They were wild with her, and with me they listened and they were behaved. I promised myself I would always be there for Malaya and the kids, and I'm holding to that promise. You aren't there for anybody, Daniel. You are not there for anybody. You're not even there for your own mother. You would throw her under the bus.
Frame, you're thinking, so 9:50, 10:01, the police were called.
Listen
you
to this
guys
right
go
here.
up and up and all around and, come back down or whatever, check the forts and stuff like that. So then all I'm thinking is, how is it possible for a vehicle at all to remotely show up? right? If the timeline doesn't restart again to 9:50. Now, obviously, maybe you can't, but obviously I don't think so. But it's not like you can sit there and speak for exactly what Malaya was doing.
No, I
Right.
can't. I can't speak on anything for Malaya because I don't know. Um,
Right.
from her perspective, I just don't know. And
And it
like
all, yeah.
that's why it always boils down to is like I lay in bed with Meadow every morning when I don't work. I don't look at my phone. There's no alarm in the room. I know when Lily came in, it was after 8 o'clock.
How do you know it was after 8 o'clock if you don't look at your fucking phone, Daniel? How do you know it's after 8 o'clock? How would he know it's after 8 o'clock, you lying SOB, whenever you don't look at your phone? How would you know that when you thought Jack and Lily were going to school? How would you know that if you lay in bed every single morning and you with Meadow when you don't work, which is 6 days a week? So it'd be 4 days. Oh, well, yeah, 4 or 5 days a week that you lay in bed with Meadow while she's getting the kids ready for school, and she's not getting the kids ready for school. How would you know that, Daniel? Right? And you guys remember whenever he said, you guys remember when he said Malaya's phone was dead, so she had to use his phone? Who remembers that? Oh, Daniel, you really mess up, buddy boy. You really, really mess up. Okay. Look at this. My mom was napping and came outside because she heard me yelling that morning for the kids. Malaya was playing on her phone. Okay? If Malaya was playing on her phone, you had to be awake, Daniel, to know that. You had to be awake to know that. Mom came out and said Malaya had a look of worry in her eyes that mom was home. No tears. She wasn't scared the kids were gone. Just a look of worry like she got caught for something. She never yelled once the kid's name trying to find them. Mom said it is odd the way she acted. Daniel says, no, I ran through the house searching every room, then ran outside. The backsliding door. I didn't take everything. I did everything so fast, rather. She said they're gone when they were both outside. No, only with me because rarely they ever went outside. I think that was with Malaya. I ran through streams up to my waist many times. I could have slipped on a wet rock, hit my head, and died, or fall on a stick or branch and get impaled and die. I did it for the kids, and the world will never see that. Remove all of that from yesterday. Remove it now. It paints Malaya in a bad light. Just please remove it. People are attacking Malaya. Detectives told me. Daniel says Malaya's time at 10 a.m. is false. We can leave it at that. She refers to me as her partner, which is weird. She never does wording like that. I love her more than anything. That will never change. I'm waiting for the chance to relive the first date over the waterfalls and a walk on the Big Island beach with the Daniel you first met. She will know what that means. Malaya asked me when noticed the kids were gone, should I call the police? The effing kids are gone. What else should you do?
And I knew it was after, because it was light. So
No,
bed with Meadow every morning when I don't work.
Say it,
I
Daniel.
don't look at my phone. There's no alarm in the room. I know when Lily came in, it was after 8 o'clock. And I knew it was after, you know, because it was light. So I don't remember what time
So if it's light outside, it doesn't mean it's after 8 o'clock.
it gets light on May 2nd.
Right.
Maybe somebody could look that up, but it does get light fairly early. So I didn't, how can I word this? The distinction of time,
Yeah.
I don't know, because my phone was always sitting on my end table. Before this disappearance, I only spent 10, maybe 20 minutes on my phone a whole day. And now I spend a lot more time.
Do you think Daniel only spent about 20 minutes on his phone before Jack and Lily went missing? I don't. And this is the thing. Investigators are going to know how long you spent on your phone, Daniel, before Jack and Lily went missing. And just lying about stupid stuff like this will not go good for you later.
But I lay in bed with Meadow every morning, so I wasn't looking at the time. And I pieced that together with Malaya's as well.
Now, he wasn't looking at the time, right? He wasn't looking at the time, but he knows it's after 8 o'clock. And he does that, he says, because Malaya is getting the kids ready for school at that time. Now, Malaya has a crib for Meadow in Daniel and her's bedroom. Why would you take a sleeping baby out of a crib just to bring it to the dad's bed while they're sleeping? And this is the other thing. Daniel says he did that because Malaya was getting the kids ready. Malaya says, no, Jack and Lily were in the other bedroom playing, and they were loud, laughing and playing, and it woke Meadow up. Remember, according to their story, Meadow's been asleep since 10 p.m. Thursday night. So the child was asleep for 10 hours, and you think that child's going to go back to sleep by turning on a television after sleeping 10 hours? I don't know of a baby that's going to go back to sleep and when you turn a television on. That seems like you wanted the television to babysit the baby while they were awake.
Investigators did that. And you're right, there is a time gap there. But it's just like, I don't have an answer for you on that. I know I'll get attacked on that.
Well, but that was the thing, right? Is that there isn't this timeline there
Exactly.
between that. So
this is my other channel, J for A, and Sunny put my question up. Question: why did Daniel tell the reporter that Malaya is going to blame me for everything?
again,
And Malaya was clearly awake multiple times.
right,
But
so
I don't know what she knows, right? So
Well, that's
or her timeline, because
Yeah, and that's another thing, right? She thinks she's going to get the baby back to sleep without a bottle after sleeping 10 hours. You would have to go to exactly, Miss K. She's going to have to go to the kitchen to make a bottle, right? Or because I don't think Malaya breastfed. I'm certain she
we only know what investigators will tell me, and we piece together. And they did tell me some things, but it's like I don't know her exact whole length of time. And I know I'm going to get brutally attacked for this, because they're going to say, a lot of the people are just going to say, oh, he's lying about this, oh, he's lying about that.
Yeah.
Because you are lying about that. I just showed your text messages, Daniel, where you're lying about that. It's not even, it's just a whole change in story that could not have happened.
Yeah.
But I didn't look at my phone.
Bullshit.
All I know is that Lily came in after 8:00. It could have been 8:20, could have been 8:30, could have been 8:40. I don't know the exact time because I didn't look at my phone.
These are kids that he says he thought was going to school that morning. He thought they were going to school that morning. Well, if you thought they were going to school that morning, you're going to look at the time. And if your partner's still asleep, you're going to say, "You overslept, mother chicken. Wake up." If Lily's in there twice, you're going to look at the time if you think they should be at school.
Right.
It's just I lay in bed with Meadow every morning. I'm not concerned about the time.
Well,
And I've had a very hard time thinking about this. And I go over, that's what I said earlier. I go over, like I used to go over in my mind, like an hour or 2 hours every night and just trying to find any detail that will help with the investigation from this aspect.
well, and that's honestly that. I mean, at the end of the day, Daniel, we don't know where the truth lies per se. We might think we do, but we don't.
Mhm.
We don't know of every instant what happened. Again, if you're being truthful and say Malaya's up around doing something and stuff like that, and you're truly in the bed and you're not knowing what's going on and stuff like that, I get it. Like, so when Malaya first did that interview, the way I felt about that a little bit was that basically is that the reason why Malaya, even in Belinda's messages, she kept making note to the fact that the children are always supervised, and clearly not if the children disappear.
These kids, bless their hearts, were anything but supervised. They were anything but supervised. They were not supervised, they were not guided, they were not nurtured, they were not given nutrition. They missed 40 some days of school. There's trash, rats, and math in the house, and an abusive boyfriend, and a mom who won't get her off her ass for anything. Never even met the kids' teachers. Hardly they were supervised.
From a property, but so
And also, that wasn't the first time that, that Malaya lost Jack, because Jack ran away before. There's actually a police report on that.
Yeah.
So this isn't the first
Waiting for that police report.
time. Like I've watched even, Wade looking after Jack, and I watched Jack run up the road and Wade had to chase him.
Yeah.
But Lily and Jack have never done that with me. Like Lily and Jack have never ever hit me, but they hit Malaya. They scratched.
That's very interesting what he says right there. Lily and Jack has never hit me, but they hit Malaya. They got to learn that from somewhere.
That's Malaya. They would bite her, but they never did that to me.
They would bite her. The kids were almost just no guidance at all. It's very sad.
The bus driver takes a boot from Jack.
Yeah. He laughed about that, but Jack did take off his boot on the bus and threw it at the bus driver.
I know in my head I'm like, little Jack. I can't picture you.
Yeah.
I could see Lily maybe doing that for some reason.
Jack was violent toward Malaya.
Yeah. Well, for whatever I guess reason.
Yeah. He's saying a 4-year-old. This little boy was violent toward his mother. Let that sink in. I come from the school of belief where You don't say anything about someone that is ill, sick. You don't say anything bad, negative about someone who is deceased, right? You just don't. And he's saying this about this 4-year-old little boy right here. Kids adapt very quickly to their environment. They're very resilient, kids are. But when the system breaks down, right, there is no longer any structure in the house. There is abuse in the house. There is rugs in the house. There's no routine in the house. They adapt to that quickly too, and not in the best of ways. They react.
Reasons. But the thing is that when that, like I said,
Sad.
interview happened, I kind of just back then, I just took it really more about the fact that you guys were just covering your asses because you guys didn't want to look bad, that you guys weren't paying attention to where the children
Which
were.
ones, Brandy?
And that's why the time, the time lapse
Oh,
was
he thinks
there
it's funny.
because, it was kind of
No,
like,
Sonny,
you're
that's
trying to
not.
look bad to the.
I was sleeping, and that's what Malaya also referred to in the documents. Like Daniel was sleeping.
Okay, so you said to Lindsay Jones, because she's the one that covered this particular article.
Okay.
Why did
I
Daniel?
appreciate Cindy, or not Cindy, Sunny asking this question, but this is my question. This is why Daniel will not interview with someone like me or Deception Detective. My question right here, why did Daniel tell the reporter that Malaya is going to blame me for everything? You guys remember it? This is when Jack and Lilly first went missing. Malaya had just left. And Daniel tells the reporter, Malaya is going to blame me for everything. And it kind of confused the reporter. Now listen to this. And he doesn't answer.
Will tell the reporter that Malaya is going to blame. I think I called her at the start of this. When I was listening to Charmaine's live that she played, I kept calling her Mahala or something, because that's when we didn't really know how to say her name properly. But why did Daniel spelled that name wrong, tell the reporter that Malaya is going to blame everything on me? So there's that article.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah,
you have to remember.
I spelled Malaya's name wrong. I was doing voice to text because I was going 90 miles an hour in this chat room.
You have to remember Lindsay Jones.
Listen to this.
I have to watch my stuff here. She has an aspect of the way she conducts herself that it's like a reporter you would see in a movie. We'll just say that. Like it's an aggressive reporting.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't answer the question. He puts fault on the reporter. The reporter reports what you are saying or said, Daniel. That's what they do. That's it. That's all. Nothing more. So it's very interesting how he answers this. Again, nothing is Daniel's fault.
So.
Oh, okay. Oh,
but I'm not saying the way she conducts herself is.
Yeah.
It's just a different way she does her reporting than your other reporters that I'm used to, right? Which are.
I get it. You don't even. Meaning, Allie's. I've talked to Allie. I did that interview or whatever it was, where it was on a Zoom or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, I've talked to Lindsay as well. What I can say is this, though. regardless of say how each of them is different and how they report and stuff, is that what I do admire about these reporters is that all of the ones that I personally spoke to is that they truly are invested in answers for Jack and Lily, meaning it's not just a case that you're covering and then you forget about it, that they're truly invested in from their hearts trying to cover the case. And obviously they have to, do whatever their job tells them that they have to report on or do and stuff like that. Meaning, right? Because cases, they come and they go.
That's your perspective, Sonny.
Eh?
But
That's not how you see it.
I'll tell you this: like reporters messaged me prior to my arrest and asked me, "Did you get arrested?" And I was like, "No." So they already knew it was coming.
Vaping. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So what does that tell you?
What does it tell?
He says that reporters knew that he was going to get arrested before he got arrested. And you never know, Daniel. I might believe you on that. They have sources. So what? That's what journalism is.
Tell me.
Tells you that they have contact with individuals that they're buddies with.
Well,
that's why I stopped doing
I get what
interviews.
you're saying. Yeah.
I'm not going to sit there and talk to reporters that are just going to report back to certain individuals.
I was going to say.
That's what. See, my personal perspective is so much different than many other on the cases, and I really hope that some reporters don't take that to heart. But that's just the way it is. I mean, you play a game where I talk to everyone and everybody talks to you, and information always makes it back to me.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I think, information gets out there a lot of times.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It is really one of these things where.
Yeah, this case is really bad for that. I'm going to run and grab a drink. I'll be back in 1 minute.
All right, this is where it gets interesting, guys.
I appreciate the marathon. Thank you, Susan.
It starts to get interesting right up here, but I want to show you right here. Okay. The reporter also described her first interaction with Daniel Martell. In that interview, he was especially preoccupied that Malaya had left him and had gone to be with her mother. Quote from Daniel. This is a quote from Daniel. Quote, "She's going to try to blame everything on me, but she doesn't get in trouble," he said. End quote. What would there be to blame? The reporter asked. At that stage, search and rescue teams were still scouring the woods for Lily and Jack, and many appeared to have hope the children would be found alive. Quote, I don't know, end quote, he said. Quote, what he said struck me. It continued to perplex me as me and Greg and I sought answers over the following weeks, gathering information from the neighbors, friends, and family members, elected officials, and police. We learned that behind the scenes, people's concern for the children's welfare had already raised red flags, end quote. Yep. That kind of says it, doesn't it? That kind of says it, doesn't it? Right there. Mr. Daniel, you lying sack of garbage, in my opinion. Okay, we're going to fast forward.
Basically saying, what did you
He goes and gets a drink of water, right? I.e., hit the math pipe. And after he does that, he things start to get really weird here. And this is where I'm probably going to lose my shit on
do
him.
with the children, Daniel, and blah, 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 stuff like
Yeah,
that.
those kind of questions are not productive at all because I don't know.
But well, the thing is that, like I said, throughout this case, it's one of those things. From the start, I just simply wanted you to kind of like, clear up this hour gap if you could. Just meaning, it was always about the timeline for me. Just always about the timeline. The truth and answers with the man in the mirror. Okay, wait. Anita said, just what else? Oh, I was going to say Hunter True Crime is still here. Hunter, if there's something that you specifically, do you know who Hunter True Crime is, by the way? Have you ever seen his content?
No, I have no idea.
Okay. So, I mean, he doesn't do a lot, but he does cover Jack
Hunter
and
does
Lily's
a
case
really
here and
good
then, but
job.
he puts together like maybe a compilation of your interviews, or just, different things, right? Or to reference maybe like what was said here, what is said there. He does a really good job at that. Some people are really good at, just making good little videos for us to watch, and Hunter True
To
Crime
tell
is
you the
one of
truth,
those.
Sonny, I don't watch YouTube at all. I don't watch any. I only know
Have you
what.
stopped? Mm,
Yeah, I don't watch anything. It's just,
vape?
yeah, I've just came into Charmaine's the other day, and I messaged Charmaine the other day with,
That's the
yeah,
one year.
I'll come on for the 1 year. Like I messaged Charmaine to do that, and then what was it? A couple nights later, or whenever I did the other one with Charmaine, I
Yeah.
went on and I did a little while. But other than that, and then tonight, you're back. So, or you're back at least for this one.
Yeah.
So, I decided, like, yeah, I'll
I'm looking for
take some
something,
time because
guys.
I know
Just
you
give me
have
1
some
second.
questions and you have a fairly large audience. And so that's why I decided to do this, because I know you had a lot of questions and your viewers have a lot of questions. So I wanted to,
I have that interview where that lady said they're going to blame me for everything. It was on a podcast. I can't remember which one it was. I was looking for it though.
try to clarify some stuff and, see if there's any unique perspectives or unique questions that
Yeah.
I haven't been answered yet,
Well,
or I can attempt to
not
answer.
only that, Mohawk, he watches YouTube. He doesn't watch YouTube, but he after I say something, he pretty much says it verbatim.
I should say.
Whoops, sorry. Sorry, someone just did a super chat with
He thinks he
something that
does. Okay.
Would sleep the whole night.
Okay, here we go.
Pull up
Listen to this.
sometimes.
pull-ups. Or did Jack always have a wedding incident at night?
Listen to
Did
this.
he ever take off his own pull-ups when wet?
Yeah, he would take off his own pull-ups sometimes.
Jack would
But I
take
mean,
off
every child does that. But most of the time at night, Lily and Jack would sleep the whole night. Like they never woke up. They hardly wet the bed. From what I remember, right? Because Malaya would usually get up with them in the morning, right? I would lay in bed with Meadow when I didn't work.
But she didn't get up that morning, and Lily was in your room. You say after 8:00, even though you don't know that it's after 8:00 because you didn't look at your phone, and you're also asleep, but you're also not sleeping, and you also thought they were going to school, but you also know Lily's coming in your room twice, and it's also after 8:00, but Lily's not going to school. Got it.
And on the weekends, we get up together, or Malaya would get up first. But it was never usually me who got up first with Lily and Jack.
Yes, he did.
Thank you for bringing up an.
Yeah. And also in Charmaine's interview that she did with Daniel, Daniel said, yeah, I went to bed, or I laid in the bed is what he said. Yeah, I went to bed. I laid in the bed. Malaya said that Daniel stayed up and he was going to work around the house. But when she got up that morning, nothing was done. And she doesn't know what he did. He initially said he went to bed early Thursday. Sure did. But again, he was up at 12 or 12:30 because he had his eyes, he says, on Jack and Lilly, which I believe that's when he was, in my opinion, taking them outside.
Inconsistency by saying that. So what I have to ask you, and again, just answer whatever the true answer is. So
Yep.
when you were originally talking to Charmaine through Messenger there, you said a
She
lot
looked
of
really
things
bad,
about
yeah.
Malaya, that you do everything for Jack and Lilly. You did
Yeah,
this.
I do a lot for Jack
Right.
and Lily. From like even the time that Jack would have like accidents in his pull up, I would like, let's, Jack, you jump in the shower, turn on the shower for you. And like a lot of people, even the other day, like I seen a lot of hate messages where they said, "Oh, no, Jack
You say you done everything for Jack
loves it
and
when
Lily.
the water from the shower came down on his face." Like he's a kid, he loves going in the
Why would there
shower.
be a hate message about that?
I get a lot of messages like that.
I mean,
Oh,
my
it's
thing
just
with
people always
Yep.
try to attack on any aspect they see, and it's like that's not productive to anything.
well, I guess the thing, the little discrepancy there was that.
Yeah, and also too, I potty trained Jack and Lily as well.
But you said, but on Charmaine's, you kept saying a lot of things you referenced was, oh, Malaya did that. Malaya did that. Malaya, oh yeah, Malaya did that. But that's not
Yep.
really what the tune that you sung.
Yeah, but when I said
yeah.
that a while ago, it's like
Daniel was the last one to see Jack, right? And the last one to see Lily, because he said he saw Jack and Lily in bed at night at 12 or 12:30, and the morning they supposedly disappeared, he saw Lily come in the bedroom, even though also Malaya said she saw Lily come in the bedroom.
I did everything for Lily and Jack. That's
Yeah.
kind of like an overview or an aspect, right? That's like clearly I don't do everything. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, right.
Like that clearly doesn't just make sense. I don't do everything, and she would just sit there and do nothing. Like that doesn't make sense. It was kind of like an overview.
I mean, that's kind of how it kind of came across. So is like,
yeah, I know. Like and sometimes I do come across like that. I'm not saying that my language is perfect or my vocabulary.
He will not go to anybody that will actually challenge him with a timeline or challenge him at all. At period. He will not. He's a coward. He is the biggest puss.
Well, the truth is, you both do stuff. Do you feel like you did more though than Malaya? Like, let me just ask it, because and this is just.
It's about to get really bad,
Was
guys.
Malaya a lazy mother though? Like, because I just deem her as someone that leeches off Patty for money, that expects people to take care of her, and she doesn't like, but I think of what Belinda said about Malaya, and that, like she would never yell at the children. Did she ever yell at the children?
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
I don't want to dive too far in depth.
She would yell at the children, he says, but he never yelled at his kids. He never. He's perfect, right? Daniel is just perfect. When you are the super Martell, he doesn't yell. He did everything for them. I've never seen a parent never raise their voice at their kids. Never. If they live under your roof, you're going to raise your voice sometimes. That's just the way it is. You're a human being. Doesn't make you a horrible person or a bad person, but you're going to raise, in 18 years, you're going to raise your voice. Hello, come on.
Because it attacks Malaya on such a personal level.
Dude, it's like a lead.
It's best that CPS
8 day late
sees that stuff and does something about it. I can't. I'm not just gonna say things on the internet to openly.
Yes. So are we supposed to believe that neither parent got up to pee or saw the kids or feed them or give the bottle a bottle to the baby? That's right. She's delivered 3 kids, didn't get up during the night. The kids were supposedly sick, didn't check on them. I mean, she didn't even change the kids because the clothes were in the bag, and she didn't want to get the clothes out of the bag. Even though going to a dresser and getting clothes out, or going to the closet and getting clothes out, it's no different than going to a bag and getting the clothes out. It's ridiculous.
I mean, I've openly bashed Malaya, and
was she more active than what you were portraying as a mother?
she stopped being as active when our daughter was born.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, which you had.
That
said.
was a massive turning point. And
I think Daniel treated Jack and Lily much different than he did Meadow. He saw them differently. And I believe he probably, I don't want to say made Malaya treat them differently, because these are her kids. She's supposed to fight for them. I believe they were the stepchildren.
Malaya. And that's why I said, like, on the podcast with Charmaine, like, I'm ashamed of the way I conducted myself with Malaya in regards to.
I don't care about the Malaya part. I care. I'm ashamed of how you've conducted yourself lying on a 4 and a 6-year-old.
Being there for Malaya emotionally. And I became much more distant.
Yeah.
As Malaya, and we'll use this aspect of, I started to grow.
Yes, I've done probably 3 lives on the Cinderella effect, Miss K, and it was absolutely the Cinderella effect.
Resentment against Malaya for the things I've seen her do and the things she put me through. Like, from her, no, fuck, you're taking me down some spots that I don't really want to go. But
Batten down the hatches.
I've
Get ready,
stopped
Joyce.
Malaya from committing suicide multiple times.
I don't even want to play this part.
It was.
You're so incredibly stupid.
To me, starting to distance myself emotionally from Malaya.
Daniel, when Malaya left, she had to block you on every single platform because you were like a leech. You were like a leech to her. What are you talking about? She couldn't get away from you. You were always there. I truly think Daniel was obsessed with Malaya and obsessed with control. I truly do. When he was on DTs, when Malaya was brought up, his eyes get big. He starts to smile. It's extremely weird.
And looking back, I can see that now. But in the
if I can find that, it's going to get crazy.
Like, in the mix of it all, it's hard to, see yourself from your own perspective, right? It's easy to look back on yourself, but in the actual moment, it's hard, right? So, like, and I do feel ashamed of that, for not being there emotionally for her. And I also feel ashamed that, I did hard drugs, and I can never take that back, right? And I'm demonized for that, and I'm such a huge level. But people will never understand the struggle that people have with substance abuse. A lot of people just think, oh, you did drugs to escape reality. It was never about that. It was about trying to feel the way I should feel, like I'm trying to feel normal. And a lot of people can't grasp the aspect that, you know, the mind, it's wired in a way, or my mind is wired in a way to always try to feel normal. And for so much of my life, I didn't feel normal. Feel
can't
what I
relate to
should
that.
have. It was a part of
This is a
me in
poetry
life,
shit.
trying to find myself, but I didn't know how.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's probably for everybody
I have to fast forward.
feeling his cars and vehicles. Hey,
Uh,
how pissed was your mom on
no,
that vehicle? She must have been fucking pissed.
she was happy that I was still alive because
Well, that yes, I mean,
because a vehicle can be always be it's
I
a
know.
it's just an item, or it's just
Yeah,
a piece of just
At all.
machinery. It's not. It's like
Well, tell that to your mother and your father, who you've wrecked both their vehicles. One was I think Earl's was a pretty new vehicle.
life is so much more important.
Daniel, you wreck everything that you are around.
maybe
And
you shouldn't take a vehicle anymore. You know,
well,
like,
it was raining that day, and
did you hydroplane?
yeah, and then my back tire touched the gravel, and I lost control.
Daniel, your back tire touched the gravel in 1976.
And the car pitch pulled, which meaning that instead of doing
Daniel, you pitch pulled in 1876.
like a barrel roll, it went up the opposite way.
Daniel, you barrel rolled in 1987.
It's like straight up and down the vehicle. And that's why the vehicle on the front end doesn't look like it's smashed other than the bumper, because it rolled through the air straight up and down. And
Was it a write-off? Was that car a complete write-off?
yeah, it's completely done.
You know something? I find it very. The day he was supposed to go see Meadow was the day he wrecked that car.
Suspension was completely ripped out of it.
Yeah.
And
there is no way this man could have insurance. There's no way. You can't convince me this man has insurance. Who would cover him? Honestly, who would cover this man? He would have to pay an absolute ridiculous amount for having. I mean, he's had at least 3 wrecks in the past year. No one would cover him. Nobody.
And yeah, when I was in the hospital, the doctor said to me, he's just like,
I wonder sandwich.
you must have had somebody looking out for you, because he's like, when I showed him the picture, he's like, most people would have died from that.
It wasn't that bad, Daniel.
Well, that's just it. You know, like I would never wish that somebody's like physically hurt, you know, or
Nobody.
anything like that. You know, can't joke with you about KFC if
You would
were
think.
gone.
Yeah.
You know, just kidding. But do you,
Wouldn't be anybody speaking out for Jack and Lily.
Okay.
yeah.
And if I wasn't here, there wouldn't be anybody speaking out for Jack and Lily unless it was Belinda. She'd be the only one. So I want everybody to put that into perspective as well. I'm trying to do everything I can for Jack and Lily.
No, you're not.
It may not seem like it to some people, but I'm
At
really
all.
trying.
No, you're not.
I get up here even though I know I'm going to get attacked from this. People call me
you
a
lie.
liar. People, you know,
Because you
I
lie.
still get messages every day saying that they should put you in a room and torture you until you talk.
Show the messages, Daniel.
And I always keep my messages open so people can send me messages, even just because there could be that one message that's important, that somebody remembers something or somebody's seen something on May 2nd. They may possibly lead to some type of positive outcome, because that's what we all want. That's what we all strive
You
for.
don't
That's
want
why
it
we're all
from-
here. That's why we talk, Sonny.
No, you don't.
We're doing it for Jack and Lily. We're not doing it for me. We're not doing it for Malaya. We're not doing it for Cindy or
His
Cheryl.
maths.
We're
kicked
doing it
in.
for Jack
Just
and
wait.
Lily. And I want people to open up their eyes and actually see that. Because if we keep closed-minded and we hold these perspectives of Daniel, you're guilty. Malaya, you're guilty. It doesn't provide any positive reinforcement to the case at all. It's just accusations, and that's why I don't.
You know, Daniel, why do people say this kind of stuff? Well, maybe it's not because of what we think. Maybe it's because of what you guys say and how you behave, right? When you're clarifying something for the 500th time a year later, and we can't get a straight answer on where and what happened, mainly what happened to that morning, and you can't remember the night before because it was an ordinary night, you say, maybe that's why people are a little bit judgmental.
Sit up here and I don't say Malaya did this.
We only use your words and your behavior, Daniel. That's it. That's it.
Cindy did that. I that part of me is vastly in the past. Like, I still hold on.
That's vastly in the past that he blames Malaya, but throws her under the bus anytime he can in this interview.
To some opinions on, what went on or what could have happened, but we all do that. We all try to think of, what happened.
We're the judge, Daniel, and you're mental.
Happened on May 2nd. But I don't have any answers. And that's why I work with investigators so diligently and try to ask them, is there anything I can do? Like, I probably sound like a moron because I just constantly call them and ask them, is like, hey, can I do more polygraphs? Do you guys want my phone again? Is there anything that I can do? Like, do you guys want me to sit down with them?
Well, guess what? They are going back to families' phones, aren't they? They're going back to families' phones. I find that very interesting.
Main investigators and sit down with the social media team, and we ask as many questions as you can so we can try to bring clarity to the case. Because right now, from my point of view,
someone who says he's trying to bring clarity, but he just can't. He just says, I just can't help you with certain things. I just can't help you with certain things. But he wants to bring clarity from the most unclarified statements that I have ever heard.
I don't have, and the public doesn't have any clarity. And that's what it's always been about, is trying to find answers. And I hope that the public can finally realize and start to clue in that we all want the same thing. It's not me covering for Malaya. I don't cover for Malaya. Like, look at everything that Malaya's been putting me through. And I have a lot of reason to be absolutely resentful, but I still am not going to just sit up here and just say.
Why do you have to be resentful to Malaya? They're not your kids missing, Daniel. Right? You can't help, you say. There's just nothing you can say. Nothing you can remember.
Malaya is a terrible person. Malaya is because I believe that Malaya has a lot of influence from the people around her.
It's his rugs,
and
in here.
We all know who they are. I think most of us do at this point, if you've been following the case for this long. But Sonny, I'm just trying to bring clarity. That's what it's always been about.
Oh my God, I muted myself accidentally. Go ahead.
And I know, sometimes in the past, over the last year, I haven't conducted myself in a way that's, it doesn't look right to the public. But I've been trying to grow as a person and trying to deliver the information that I have the best I can.
No, you're not.
So let me ask you, why? Okay, so this is from the comment out front. What
Mhm.
interest would Darren have for getting involved
Hey,
in the case
Dav.
if Patty did not ask him to get involved? He told Patty he would not. Why would he make up stories? So,
Dav, he says up here, I think I might have texted you about it. Excuse me. I think I might have texted you about it. He says that when he took the polygraph, he has to sign a waiver, and that if the polygraph test shows out that he is deceptive, they can charge him with first degree unaliving. Nobody would take a polygraph, even if you were innocent, even if you are 1,000,000,000% innocent. Nobody would take a polygraph if that was the case. They cannot be held against you in court. It is a means of a tool. That's it. Oh, he pissed me off.
so from you say talking to Darren, like, how did you take him all of a sudden inserting himself into Jack and Lily's disappearance? You said that you didn't believe that, or that you knew that Patty didn't ask that of Darren to go remove.
That's the
uh,
information I have.
right.
Listen to this.
So,
It-
but
but the information I have, I don't know if it's accurate or not because it's just what people tell me, right?
what people tell you, right?
And I have to take it as gospel. But at the other, on the other side of it, it's just
I think you mean gossip, not gospel, Daniel.
like I have to take some of it as true because people are saying it. And that's the hardest thing I've noticed with the true crime community and people in general is
Tell us.
it's people just talk just because they can.
Like you.
Well,
That
I
you
mean,
lie just because you
And I don't
can.
know, like with Darren,
No.
it's just it's
let's talk
such
about
a it's and I just don't know how to read him sometimes because it's just one minute he's over here, the next minute he's over there. And I just
Daniel, Durwood has been better to you than he's been to Malaya. And Malaya's his family. That makes you wonder,
Well,
doesn't it?
I don't know with him.
to me, to be honest with me, to me, like Darren wanted to talk, and it was fine. Like if somebody wants to talk and share and whatever, and Darren
Piece
did,
of
right? And
garbage.
I just wanted to let him and say his piece. Like over time, obviously, I mean, this whole freaking, bear comes out of his, his anger that he has and stuff like that, and cursing and swearing and calling every creator and this and that and stuff, whatever. To me, he's irrelevant for the most part to me, like, meaning at one time you're just like listening, but then it became irrelevant because you were on the property, your mom was on the property, Malaya was on the property,
And you're all
anyone
three
that
lying.
was in the circle, and he was not. So his information, I took it with a grain of salt. And been in,
Let me get to where Daniel
like,
thought.
because I we talked
To the public. And it's a massive disservice to
to Jack
Jack and
Lilly
Lily to say that.
to say
And
something
that
like that. Yeah.
that's
You have some nerve talking about
I mean, that's the bottom
disservice.
line of it.
but maybe he did feel that way. Like I it's hard to put yourself in Darren's shoes. But it's not like I want to put myself in Darren's shoes. But it's
what? Yeah, he's
Let me go up here.
he's this that again, each to their own. They do what they
Let me get to the juicy part.
took that for the truth with it
when
from the U-Haul
on
Okay, listen to
the
this.
driveway.
Yeah.
They handing off kids in a truck and all that crap. Hunter True Crime says, wasn't Malaya planning to leave him out there later? I know we touched on this, but
Listen here.
that's about when
from the U-Haul story that Wade said, if you take that for the truth, which I don't know if we can, it was like what, a month or two in advance. And then
I believe Wade. I do not believe you, Daniel.
from what I heard also as well that that I was told is by a few people that Malaya wanted to leave 2 weeks prior to the disappearance.
Yep.
About 2 weeks prior.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I was told.
But guess what? This is the thing. Malaya came back after Easter.
Okay, so Charmaine's shooting me another message because she's
Okay, he's
seeing
going to
somebody
answer
else
my
say
question up
something.
here.
No,
Okay. But you didn't really know anything about that? Like somebody else says something? Okay. But you didn't really know anything
he
about
doesn't
that?
answer
Like
my
that she was
question.
planning on that?
no,
No.
no, I didn't.
It's just kind
She
of
never, she never, I didn't see any signs of it, or maybe I was oblivious to that fact. But it took me as when, Cindy told her to get in the car right now, and then Malaya did it, and then I had to chase after the car to say goodbye to my daughter. That was
Before you cussed her out?
At that point, that was
Before you cussed Cindy out?
the only thing. Up to that point, I knew she was leaving, right? So
No,
Yeah.
Daniel.
I didn't know before that period of time.
okay. And so I'm just looking at a couple messages.
Yep.
I know you vaguely touched on this again. You said you have a scratch. I know that you have a scratch on your eye. So sorry. So that to me was an old scar, but that's just from pictures.
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
a scar. That's a scar
Sorry, where
from when
did
I was
that come from?
19 or 20 years old.
Okay. He remembers this scar came from 19 years old, but he cannot remember the night leading up to Jack and Lily's disappearance. He can't remember Thursday night into Friday morning. How convenient. Oh, yeah. He said he chased the car and he put his hand on the car as he was saying bye to Meadow. And then he goes in the house and there's Malaya writes a note with lipstick on the bathroom mirror. And he also said Malaya took 2 shirts of his. Narcissist.
Yeah, I mean, in the interviews from the Sun,
Yeah.
it made look like it was a fresh scratch, and
Hold on,
that
what?
led,
Hold on, what?
and
Okay.
yeah, I mean, in the interviews from the Sun,
Yeah.
it made look like it was a fresh scratch, and that led into a lot of speculation.
Well, it looks like it. I mean, you may have had it before, but it looked like it was re-scratched.
But
I didn't go.
yeah,
I didn't feel like. I mean, you could tell by the pictures before,
Mhm.
from years earlier that mark was still there.
Mhm.
I mean, I have one. I got a
Yeah.
rock growing right beside my eye. Still have that little bad boy scar. Brandon, some H. Do you know who that person is?
Brandon, who?
Brandon. I'll just say Hender.
Say it
Know that. Because I'm just interested really in what I think is relevant. Visiting one from within the family area, that would have, like I said, had something that I deemed, but I just, or line comment now.
about my public image, and I never at the
Just happen to have it.
Listen to this.
I don't care about my public image, and I never at the start I did because I didn't like to be criticized so heavily for something you're innocent, right? And I believe that Jordan and Chance feel the same way. That's why they don't take the criticism well, especially Jordan, because people constantly just attack him for no reason. For them telling me before that, Daniel, whenever you change your profile pictures, because to say that I went in there and all I did was
Anything against, but
they just call in.
into it, and I just kind of think is
Yeah.
now okay. So, Daniel, by what major crimes tells you? Do you think that the case will go cold?
Listen to this.
I said to them before, I was very, very vocal, and
You're a fucking idiot.
I said I would stay in the limelight and stay in the spotlight for major crimes, because as long as I'm the target, then you know, whoever has the kids at this point is going to be relaxed, and I hope they're able to get enough evidence and then strike, right?
Yeah, yeah. Um, whoever has Jack and Lily, that they're going to be relaxed, and so Daniel can stay in the spotlight, and take the verbal beating, so to speak, uh, for Jack and Lily. Um, he's the the guiding light, the guiding light.
Right. But I said I'm not going to accept a cold case, and they said,
And you know what, Daniel, we're not either. We're not going to accept a cold case at all. If you look, Major Crimes said that they were making progress on the case and that they will have a resolution in Jack and Lily's case. So good, Daniel. We agree on that. So can't wait till RCMP, Major Crimes, strike.
Daniel, like, we hope it never comes to that. And I strongly agree that, and I'm under the
I
impression
don't
that
think it's gonna
Major Crimes is trying to do everything they can.
You
And
sure are.
I see that the cases, it's wearing down a lot of individuals, right? Because there's just so much, and it takes a toll. It hasn't just taken a toll on me and Mom and Malaya, and everybody that knows the kids. It takes a toll.
What about the toll that's on Jack and Lily, Daniel? What about that toll? You think that they're alive? If they're with some fucking stranger out there, that would kind of take a toll. It's not about, oh, poor me and Mommy and Malaya, bless our hearts.
This nicotine patch for an hour, and I'd still sell you in for a smoke. Come on back to my place. I want you to look at a urine sample. I think it looks cloudy. It's been so long since someone touched me.
My dog's name is not Fluffy. My dog's name is Tucker. Tucker.
Tukker.
Tucker. If you don't hear it, maybe you'll know what it spells.
Tucker. Oh, it's all me. Janie's out chasing drones. Janie's got a drone. Dun, 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 dun.
All on everybody, because they want to find the kids, and they're doing everything they can, and that really, it destroys everyone mentally. I mean, there's a lot of you guys that you
Daniel, it is not destroying the RCMP mentally. This is what they do daily. It's not destroying them mentally. But the only people I hope this destroys is the people that did this, or the people that know about it.
put in a lot of time, and you have big hearts because you care about Jack and Lily. And there's a lot of the public that does as well. And it takes a toll on people.
Let's see here. There's a hole in my bucket, dear Liza, dear Liza. Uh-oh. Sorry.
Takes a toll on there's not really a way to explain it. It's a very draining mental, heartbreaking situation. And I don't know how to explain it. There's not really words that can explain the way grief feels, or the frustration you feel. But you should never take your frustration out on Major Crimes, because they're trying to help. You should never take your
Now I know why Janie walks like this.
frustration out on me, or even take your frustration out on
It's the
Malaya.
bucket.
I know that sounds like I'm protecting Malaya, but we're all trying to do the best we can. I don't have an answer for that question, or I don't have an answer that's applicable, that feels right.
Well, you're right. You don't have an answer that feels right, because you know why? because you've lied your ass off, and there is no answer that's right other than the truth. And it's not going to make sense to anybody until we hear the truth.
Just
And then it still is not going to make sense, really, because it's why would anyone do this to a 4 and a 6-year-old?
something that leaves you speechless, the way this case has ripped everybody's heart and soul apart.
You know, the thing about all this is, like I said, you know, it's not my life to live. I'm covering a case, but in anything I do, again, it's always because I care about the case I'm following. And that's the only reason. But at the end of the day, I get to go, you know, home with, like, well, obviously I'm home, but I just mean, like, you know, to my husband and stuff like that. I don't have to deal with all the things that anyone has to deal with, including Belinda over there, you know, or the family members, yourselves.
But
whatever.
you have kids, Sonny, so you understand a deeper aspect of, and you have a perspective.
Just because you have kids doesn't mean you understand a deeper aspect, because Daniel, I don't think you ever fucking knew a deeper aspect of anything other than deep into your math pipe.
Too.
Okay, we're going to get to it now. Let's get to it.
Right.
And I had to say, you know, and my oldest kid, and
you know, you get to go with that.
but you have a perspective attachment, and most people never see that, because, like, eventually, if my biological kids aren't asking their mother now, like, what's going on with Jack and Lilly? Is Jack and Lilly found my oldest biological daughter? Like, because I was supposed to have my kids that weekend, right? Get them that day.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You bucket chucker.
And like I said, like, you know, you can't come over this weekend. And
Listen.
It was so hard for me to say, like, you know, Jack and Lilly are missing. Like, Jack and Lilly are missing, honey. And she asked me, I still remember, on the phone with her, she said, Dad, can we come help search?
Right.
And I had to say, you know, like, that's a difficult thing, because they knew Jack and Lilly. That was their brother
it
and
was
sister,
a
right?
difficult thing to tell your
Well-
children that, Daniel, especially knowing who did this, right? I bet it was.
Right. For 3 years, right? When I met Jack and Lily, they were very young. Like, Jack was only a year and a half old, so they were there, and they grew up with.
Which means Jack got about a year and a half, maybe 2 years of a good life out of his short 4 years.
You know, Jack and Lily grew
You're
up
disgusting.
with my biological kids.
Right. You know what? And that's the heartbreaking part, is that, so when a case happens,
And that's right. That's right. And Daniel's kids told that he was mean to Jack and Lily.
regardless, my heart always goes out to the other people that are involved, like, meaning, or managers, they know kind of relates to that, like, people know every day that have to do any snow or whatever.
You can grieve because there's answers, but when there's no answers, that's the hardest, you know, thing you can imagine to think
It gets
about.
crazy
I know
up here.
exactly what you're
gets so
talking about,
crazy
because
up
I live
here.
it every day.
Huh.
And it's not that I don't get to see Jack and Lily, but I also don't get to see my biological kids on top of that.
Correct.
So I live in this perpetual cycle every.
He doesn't get to see his biological kids still. Even after a year. To me, that says a lot.
Every day of just waking up and trying to do the best I can.
Now,
Because if I don't hold strong and, you know, keep everything together, the only voice Lily and Jack will have will be Belinda. And I want
Well, you just lie on
people
him.
to actually, you know, take that perspective into account.
And Malaya doesn't do anything except hold water
That-
bottles.
I'm doing everything I can.
No, you're not.
Even if people don't think it's right, and if people think I'm lying,
We
Well, I
do.
was going to
At
say,
least there's someone staying strong for Lily and Jack
You're not staying strong
and
for Lily. and
trying to
Jack.
spread awareness.
You're doing it for
Like
yourself.
that's all I've ever tried, destroyed and shredded apart. People call me every name. Never for me. It was always for Lily and Jack and for the investigators.
It's
So,
all
so
for
they can
Lily
do
and
everything
Jack.
they can.
but but the thing in Daniel, again, going back to that, is that the likelihood of, say, Malaya
Yes.
having the children kind of hidden or taken away
Listen.
for whatever reasons, let's just say, right? The likelihood that someone wouldn't claim a reward, the likelihood that somebody wouldn't talk, that is so unlikely that
And
that
Sonny, that's what I've had to come to grips with
right.
after all this time, after all the investigation efforts. It's just I don't know. I don't know what to believe anymore. Like I
Well, I'm
I
there
used
with
to
you.
throw out all these theories, but just none of them hold any ground or hold anything at this point, because just all they were. That's all we have is speculation and theory. That's all
Well,
we have.
No, no, Daniel. RCMP will prove that. They will prove to the jury what happened to Jack and Lily. It won't be speculation then.
I was going to say, I was watching something with Nancy Guthrie the other day when there was these profilers, like that, profile cases and stuff like that. And I distinctly remember the one profiler the other day, like I think this was like 2 days ago, and she goes, "Is
Your brain automatically builds a belief system on past experiences, from and just the way you've conducted your life. You know what I mean? They're going to automatically jump to Malaya. It all comes from your personal experience. It's a way to
a case
Let's get to the good parts. We're going to get to the bad parts.
because it can be a tool that's
everything has its ups.
it's brilliant, but also so destructive. And because it can be a tool that's so productive, and you never know who has valid input that could be useful. But on the other side, you get individuals that just make it a terrible place where there can't be discussion that's valid, because you have a lot of people that come into the true crime community. I've noticed this.
Listen to this.
They come in so much later to this case, and they try to ask questions, and they may have a valid perspective. And a lot of people that have been in the case for since day one, they shut them people down. And like, this question's already been
Daniel, people that come into this case, all they have to do is look at one interview from you and one interview from Malaya and know that this is bullshit, that something is not right. Let alone, I've been here on Jack and Lily's case since day one. I can pull receipts for days and show you that you're lying.
answered, or that thing's already been answered,
Right.
or I don't think this happened. I think it's Daniel,
But
or
he
I think
doesn't
it's
want you
Malaya.
to.
They don't give the newcomers a chance to gang, or have their own perspectives that could be valid, and they're just shut down.
People can believe what they want. I'm just telling you what I believe.
Just for people that, or people that think positive in the way of, we think Daniel's innocent, and
Daniel, Daphne and I had a live the other day, and we truly was having no judgment for people who came up to speak in your defense. No judgment whatsoever, because I truly wanted to understand why someone would believe you, knowing that all the inconsistencies in the documents, all the inconsistencies in your interviews, all the inconsistencies with your text messages, and all the inconsistencies in the last year. There was not one person that called in for you to defend you. Not one. Everyone called in because they thought you were lying.
They openly say that and they get attacked for it. Or they say Malaya is
We're gonna
innocent
attack
and then
anybody.
they get attacked for it.
No.
It's like there's a lot of channels that are if you were to go in there and say Daniel's innocent, they'll just kick you out. That's just the way they do it.
That's something not
Not
more
here.
like if like
I
to
would
hear
love to hear it, actually.
at the end of the
I
about-
would love to have a debate with anybody who thinks you are innocent, Daniel. I, honest to God, would love to have a debate. So I know you're not willing to because you're a puss, but anybody who thinks Daniel is innocent, let's debate. I would love to debate you.
Malay or whatever, they got blocked and stuff like that. Well,
Not to be mean. I wouldn't be mean in any way, shape, or form, but I would love to debate someone.
I do feel like, again, we don't have the answers. So it's not about sides on this. It's just about being respectful if you're going to make a comment, at least, for the most part, type of idea.
And I also think with shenanigans as well, if she's that close to Cindy or Malaya or Cheryl, be a good friend and convince them that they're going to be doing the right thing by speaking out for Lily and Jack.
Absolutely.
I don't know why Cheryl and Angeline and Cindy don't say to Malaya, speak out for your kids.
You don't know what they've said or they haven't said, Daniel. Maybe they tell her that every day and she just won't do it. I mean, she looks like a freaking loser, in my opinion, because she doesn't speak out for her missing kids, but claims she thinks they're alive, and hasn't spoken out in a year. But you don't know what they say.
They probably
There's
have.
nothing bad that can happen.
But yet, in your last interview you said you would use Malaya's words and exploit them. That's what you said.
Do it for them.
But if there's truth to the fact of what Anita said, well, then it would seem like Cindy doesn't really give a fuck anyway because she's too busy trading in cars and not missing a day of work if there's any truth to that. And this was all happening on the week of the disappearance. So again, it's about actions matching that. Like can you I couldn't imagine.
I think Daniel's and Malaya's actions match. They're inconsistent. One spews lies all over the internet, and the other one won't talk about their children.
Imagine having 2 grandchildren.
I
And
think
this is
they're equally
only
important.
if this is truthful, but I can't see her really making some of this shit goes with. But it brought away.
I mean, at least they did that. I mean, it wasn't
It was
the most productive thing, but and I think that maybe like going forward, maybe they should have somebody else different that speaks, and we can, because every time they speak, I mean, I have nothing against major crimes, but maybe use a different speaker, and we might be able to get.
He's talking about major crimes. Speaker here. He says that major crimes didn't really say anything in the last interview.
A different variety of words that come out that may raise more awareness or may help.
Yeah.
I just, I was going to say, obviously, at least I'm doing something, I guess was better than nothing. But I just kind of felt, they call it, like there was
Come on.
Is there any like
Any theories or speculation?
can't see a vehicle just dropping by, in Jack and Lilly.
All right.
Like
Listen to this.
I can't see a vehicle just dropping by, in Jack and Lilly.
Yeah.
So there
Yeah, that's the biggest. That's why I don't throw out any theories or speculation anymore, because it's just
but it's mind.
You do, Daniel.
I just don't understand. It's just like the only thing I can think of at this point is
Listen.
either someone was stalking the property and waiting for that one moment that they knew that I
This
would
hurts.
be in bed with Meadow every morning.
Yeah, someone was either stalking that hellhole, right? And knew that Daniel would be in bed with Meadow every morning. And they knew Jack and Lily wasn't going to school that morning, right? This is where the rugs kick in my opinion. I'm pretty sure this is
And
it.
like they worked out a routine. They knew when I worked, and they planned
It gets bad.
and executed the perfect kidnapping of Jack and Lily. That's the only other option that I could possibly run through at the.
No, or the parents know something, the people that was on the property. Now, that's already, when we first heard of this case, it's a 96% chance statistically that they did something. Off the bat, as soon as a kid goes missing, 96% chance that someone that knows that kid or on that property is involved.
This point, they didn't wander into the woods, and I know that
He's about to get
we all
loco
thought
here.
that at the start. That was the initial reaction or initial thing everybody
Paranoia
thinks,
is
right? They're
underestimated.
close to the house. They only went in the woods. But after all, after the massive search,
Hold on, what did he say right there?
that we all thought that at the start. That was the initial reaction or initial thing everybody thinks, right?
Mhm.
They're close to the house. They only went in the woods. But after all,
They only went in the woods.
after the massive search, and they deployed technology that normally was never deployed.
Sleeping.
And they had so many searchers and helicopters. And that was the fastest
Listen.
arrival to a search ever for a helicopter.
That was the fastest search of an arrival of a helicopter.
And in Nova Scotia, 1.5 hours. Because it was over at the Garden of Eden doing another case. So they already had all the inspection of the aircraft already done, and then it just needed to be fueled, and then they could do a direct, send it there, and everything was ready. That's so, such a.
Yeah. I think, in my opinion, Cindy told Wade that they were probably gone by 11 p.m. I need to go over that interview again, especially after listening to this one, and just come in broad daylight and took them. Come on, Daniel. Nobody is going to do that. Nobody.
Big part of it, whereas they had a helicopter within the first hour and a half. They had drones up even
Hunter,
before
good to see
that,
my friend.
searching and doing the property. They have between 70,000 and 80,000 drone shots. That's a massive number.
Well, absolutely. And to not find those children in that time, Daniel, with that, just because of that particular piece we're talking about, why is it?
Mods, please drop Hunter S channel. Hunter has a brilliant mind, in my opinion, and puts some really good interviews together, and, in my opinion, inconsistencies of especially with Jack and Lily, and he works on a lot of other cases as well. You will really be glad you subscribe to Hunter S.
That so why did you believe that Cindy arrived
Listen,
for what you thought was a very fast time considering where she lived? Do you still feel like for you, do you still feel like, nah, she arrived way sooner than
Listen.
I don't know when the time she exactly arrived. I can't put
Okay.
a number on it. But
right.
when in stressful situations, right?
He's going to talk about, stressful situations. I showed you guys the other day of the timestamp where Cindy is messaging Malaya. It had to be after 12:30 for Cindy to arrive because she still wasn't there. She said she was on her way at like 12:20 something. Daniel said it's very odd Cindy showed up just right after RCMP. Now he pulls that back because we've shown receipts that wasn't true at all.
Right, your time, the time lapses at such a different pace compared to normal.
Right. So Daniel says he doesn't remember anything because it's an ordinary day, but when time is stressful, time elapses. So he doesn't really get time there either. So when do you remember anything, Daniel? Whenever it benefits you, maybe? Is that when you just tend to remember things?
Normally sitting there, like I say, if you're just sitting in your house and living a normal day, your time lapse during a stressful situation, it's much different.
Well, do you think that
And
maybe you just had that part wrong? Like, had that part wrong.
yeah, it
And
is
seemed
possible.
faster
And
than what it was.
and I know there was a picture of Malaya's phone, like when
He can't just say, I was wrong. He can't just say, he has to say, it's possible.
when she may have arrived or when she was planning on leaving. And how does anybody know? That was on Facebook, right? How does anybody know that she wasn't connected to the Wi-Fi in the yard and she sent that message? Malaya sent her that message.
Oh, I mean,
Okay, he starts getting nuts. How does anybody know she wasn't in the yard and Malaya sent her that message? Like Cindy is standing in the yard and Malaya is sending her a message from the yard. Oh, he is panicking. And I think actually Malaya is too. You don't come out just after a year to hold water bottles while they're searching for your kids.
She sent that message to Malaya.
fair enough.
That's a very unique thing as well. That maybe some people don't. I'm not saying that's what happened,
True
but that
crime.
is a possibility, right?
No, it's
You have
not.
to look from every angle.
No, it's not like that thought didn't cross my mind as well. But then at the end of the day, again,
That never crossed my mind.
the only people that are going to know the true answers for digital anything with tracking or stuff like
Exactly. It never crossed my mind because exactly there's no way they would have been. I mean, Malaya's or Cindy's phone would have been shaking hands with the phone with the Wi-Fi router. Like, you're dumb.
that, or locations will be, obviously the information that they're not even going to give us on that stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it could be true. I mean, it could be true.
See, these are the things that keep me up at night, where I just go over everything on my head. Little things like that. Like, it was on Facebook Messenger. You don't know where the message was sent from.
No,
It
they
could have been on our
absolutely
Wi-Fi
do.
in the yard for all we know.
No,
right?
Daniel. They know exactly
And
where it came from.
That's
exactly
the little things like that I always keep my mind open, and I'm always, going over these things and trying to pick out every little thing to do with the case.
I bet you are.
And
I bet you're picking up where you
a
fucked
lot
up
of people don't
bad.
think I do anything, but there's all the
No, Daniel. I believe you think about this a lot, and that's why you watch us, where we can point out your fuck ups, and you can go re-clarify again. But when you're re-clarifying, it doesn't help you. It really doesn't help you, because again, it'll just make more inconsistencies.
Always those
Because you have lied for the past year, in my opinion.
little things that may help, that some people may miss out on, or some people don't see. So I always do my due diligence with
You do not.
trying to look at
Save
every
your ass.
aspect.
Well, okay, now, and I know, Daniel, like, think we're doing like a freaking ass. It's been a marathon here. So, yeah, there and stuff like that. You know, it it for Jack and Lily. Can I ask you? Okay, so is there anything? You said Malaya's actions weren't seeming to match of two children going missing that morning.
Which I showed you guys that text message earlier.
Meaning that she was kind of, I think, on her phone, but
Mhm.
you know, that you were say running around screaming for Jack and Lily.
She wasn't
as if
yelling.
they're, you know, but so is what is most of this? Obviously, you and Malaya, obviously, and the children and Meadow, baby, were in the home, and your mom's on the property that evening. Is how do I even say this? Because I know that you've spoken so much about the different times and different things or whatever. But is there anything that has truly struck you as odd? You say you like, meaning you say you keep thinking of things that,
Yeah.
you know,
I
like what?
run the whole morning from what I can recall over and over and over from when I open my eyes. And well, open my eyes those times, right? Because Lily came into the room, you know, them 2 times. And I try to recall, like, what did I hear in the kitchen? It's so hard to recall after a year. It was much easier when it was like a month
Yeah, I
after
get
and
it.
2 months after.
No,
Yeah.
But it's been a year, so I have
no. Now you didn't know Thursday evening, right, Daniel? You didn't even know Thursday evening. But now it's a year, so he can't remember. He can't remember. Again, a traumatic situation scars you for a reason. It's traumatic, right? Um, I told you my dad died when I was 11 years old. I can remember everything about that day, even before I found out he died, because you remember everything. He's just full of shit.
to really try my best to recall everything.
I know.
And as I said, investigators told me not to do that because it will drive you mentally insane because you're trying to search for something.
Yeah, they said don't drive yourself crazy trying to find the children, Daniel. I'm sure they said that.
And trying to pick out something that may not even be there, right? There may not be any small detail that makes the difference, but I told them I would always try.
Well, I was going to say that's how my
Golly
brain feels
gee.
for the last year. Is that, and that's only sifting through
Just wait.
what
He
we've
gets even
heard,
crazier.
right? Like I said, it's yours. It was your guys' life on that property.
I got
You
the
know, to
memory of a
know
goldfish, and I
exactly the
remember
dynamics of the relationship,
that
what was
stuff.
going on that day, what you guys did, what you guys didn't do. Right? For us, it's just all taking bits and pieces of information and trying to come block of different
Mm.
taken from the property. Like exactly. So that's where gain, because there's no
Right?
well, that's true.
The whole perspective when everyone doesn't talk,
Well,
right?
that's true. I mean,
Because I can only tell you what I've seen through my eyes and, you know, what I heard. And mom can only tell you what she's seen and heard. But there's one party that's left out.
and do you think some people are saying, or some people have said and are saying, that they believe that Malay is helping the RCMP? I personally, I'm not buying that myself. Like, meaning, are they talking to her and stuff? Yes, but I don't know. I've always had a hard time with that one because of other things that she's said that
Mhm.
it just doesn't, like, you're just trying to make sense of the things working. Say, I'm just going to say this.
Listen to this.
Just question. Do you think that she's working against you with RCMP
He
to
gets quiet.
pin this just on, like, to pin something on you? Do you think that she is, like, not that she is, but do you think that she's doing that? Do you think she's working with RCMP?
At this point, I don't think so, because I think investigators have done so much investigation to this point where they know that I'm telling the truth. Like
Yeah, he doesn't think that this is that Malaya's working, because they know Daniel's telling the truth, he says. Oh my God, Joyous, thank you so much. My gosh, thank you. That is incredibly generous. Thank you so much, my dear. If Daniel couldn't remember in the beginning, how in the world would he remember now? Boom. Exactly. He is not truthful and he knows it. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. He says he doesn't remember things when it's an ordinary day. And when things got tense, time just overlaps and he can't remember. He is truly hopeless. He is truly hopeless. Thank you so much, Joyous. That is incredibly, incredibly generous. I really do appreciate you, my dear. Um, thank you so much, my love. Love you, Mama. Appreciate you. Kids don't just disappear. No, they don't, Daff. They sure don't.
I'm like, I've given a part of myself to them. They know everything about me, right? Like they know everything. They went through all my digital devices. Like I tell them, like they know when I go to my.
You see, most parents with this wouldn't give a rat's ass what people think. Thank you, Daff. Love you too, Robin. Most parents wouldn't give a rat's ass about what people really think about them. Okay, think I'm guilty. Do whatever the hell you need to do. But let's find Jack and Lily. I don't want to talk about, me. I want to talk about what we can do to find Jack and Lily. But also, most parents would remember, just a few hours before they laid their head down at night, especially when they can remember earlier in the day, but they can't remember later in the evening of the children going missing. So it just falls flat, Daniel. It just falls flat.
My visits with my daughter. They know, like
It's only they know this, they know that. They say, put their hand on their shoulder and say, Daniel, oh, buddy, don't you worry about it. We know. And you know what, Daniel? They know. And I hope that you think that you are BFFs with the RCMP. I truly do. I truly do, Daniel.
my court dates. They know what goes on in my life, and
They know your court dates? Yeah, because they're the ones recommending the charges to the prosecutor. Yeah, they do.
Do you still get
they know everything.
Meadow?
Bet
Like, do you
yes,
get to
they
see
do.
her still? Like, I know
What's
you had.
that?
Do you still? Can you still see your child? Like, do you still
Yeah,
have? Visits?
yeah, that never stopped.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
oh.
know a lot of people say that, and it's completely not true. It never stopped for a minute.
He
How old
doesn't
is
remember
she now?
4 hours from 8
He's
to
over 2
midnight.
now.
Is she over 2?
Yeah,
And he remembers midnight, right? He remembers midnight checking on them, which was an ordinary day then, right? Jack and Lily hadn't gone missing then. But he just doesn't seem to remember 8 p.m. to 12 p.m. when he says the RCMP cadaver dog officers, we think you did something to the kids Thursday night, Daniel. Into Friday morning comes from Daniel's lips, not mine.
Fun too.
yeah.
That's
She'll almost be 2.5
yeah.
in a little under a month.
Totally looks like you. Totally.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's another thing that I don't get when I hate going back to that delusional woman.
I was raised on a 250-acre farm, Frosty. Yeah. We were never lost.
But Anita said, like, oh, like it could be Jordan's kid, it could be Daniel's brother's kid. It's like, Anita, like, pull your head out of your ass and think about that for a minute.
Pull your head
She
out of
looks
your ass.
exactly like me.
Fun.
Rub them
I mean-
together to produce an actual thought that's productive.
Yeah, but
Says
definitely she like
Yeah,
the
but
dumbest
she
person
looks
on the planet.
exactly like
fitting
me.
image.
Don't understand the way she thinks, and it's like, and now I think, like, with the true crime community, we all have to expect who's going to be next to crawl out of the woodwork and try to add to this giant conversation that we all have.
That sounds like you're paranoid, Daniel. Hey, Shannon. Who's going to come out of the woodwork next and speak? Sounds like you're paranoid.
Ooh,
And I don't know who that will be, but there's always someone lurking
He
in the
starts
darkness,
getting
ready
like
to come out and
excited
just
here.
add something that's not relevant, that's so far fetched that it just throws a wrench into the gears of the investigation. There always will be the next person. I always wondered who it will be next.
Okay.
well, that's what's so strange about
Ninchi
this,
asked a question
and Ninchi,
here.
I'll get to you there in just a sec. But one of the things that is probably is like it's not funny, but it's because it's kind of ridiculous, but it's just like for me too. It's like woodwork, and it's just like wait, and it's when
Go on and spewing a whole bunch of bullshit. And then Anita coming on and spewing a whole bunch of bullshit. Malaya always come from Malaya's side.
Okay.
mother,
That's the only people that actually had productive conversation.
and so from Malaya,
Let me get to the more important part.
Like,
yeah,
and Malaya would just, being in a relationship with Malaya, she told me about, Cindy. She
Cindy.
told me about Haley. And,
You can hear him smiling. You can tell when someone's smiling. You listen to it. When he talks about Malaya told me about Cindy
told me about Haley and,
and
and Shelby, Cheryl's sisters. Like, she told me like a whole bunch of crazy things. And I know they're true because they come from Malaya's firsthand experience.
you know what, you made a comment. Now that I think about it, you made a comment about Malaya that that she had told you that she didn't that
oh, he
that
does.
she didn't want her mom in her life no more,
Listen,
and you said
Yeah.
something like, well, like that's your mother, and
Yeah.
I know that you and
I read that to
Cindy,
you a
Because
minute
she
ago.
wanted to cut off Cindy completely. And I said, no, like
and
that's
did she
that's
say
your mother.
why?
You make the choice, because she grows tired of Cindy with
Kind of like what you said earlier.
the criticism that the outbursts against Malaya, like criticize. We'll just take the car for example. When Malaya got the new car, Malaya, why did you get that car? Malaya, why did you spend so much money on that car? Malaya, why did you drive all the way for like 2 hours away to get that car? Why did you get that color? It's just like Malaya didn't want to deal with any of that. It's just too much. Like, we were trying to raise a family, and it becomes a burden when you have extra criticism added to your life, which should never.
Because, Daniel came
This
from
nicotine patch for an hour, and I'd still sell you in a
Daniel came from such, positive stock, right? Someone always uplift. Daniel, you are my baby. I love you so, so much, Daniel. Your mommy's little boy. Okay? Your mother's little boy. You're just the best. You're the best, baby. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Get off the bucket, Daniel. Get off the bucket. Okay. I'm just saying.
Ever be there. It adds an extra layer of stress to your life when you're trying to raise children. And she didn't want that. So she said, Daniel, can we like move out of here? Like, can we? And then, I was just like,
You wanted control, Daniel. That's what it was. You wanted control. That's all you wanted was control. That's the reason y'all moved out there.
maybe we can move to mom's, and I'll ask mom. And I asked her.
Maybe you two could have got off your asses and worked and provided for your family and got a house and rented it.
And mom was nice enough to do that for us.
Now,
right?
was your mom, because I think I heard this
Relocate
the other
and
day,
isolate.
but was your mom and you guys all living in the home, or did she
No,
move into the trailer,
No.
like, and then basically say, okay, guys, like, come live here? Like,
No. I asked mom, and then she's like, yeah, Daniel, you can move over. And I was just like, but like Malaya wants to come, right? Like, she was the one who wanted away from Cindy.
Yeah.
And
All Malaya.
she's like, yeah, I guess that works.
Now,
So,
there seemed to be some animosity there between Malaya and your mom, from both of them speaking.
mhm.
Um,
Mhm.
was there?
Yeah, well, like I don't want to speak for mom,
No,
but
I was going to say just more to your
1000%
own.
true.
it was like never any animosity where she hated Malaya
Sorry.
or anything like that. But she
Sorry,
just
Austin.
thought like you always have that motherly instinct.
No
I
matter
can't
what.
speak
So
for
hard.
you always have that motherly instinct, like Daniel, like how can I put this? Daniel, like why did you choose Malaya? Because it's I mean, but she never like had any quarrels with, me being with Malaya, but she's always wondered like why did you choose Malaya? And like why did you choose her? Like, you know.
Why did she choose Malaya? Why did she choose her? Do you not think Cindy's like, Malaya, why did you choose Daniel, this math smoking, narcissistic, lying pig? Maybe? Perhaps? My opinion, allegedly. I don't think Malaya was on the rugs until she got with Daniel. I think it got her hooked. I think it was exactly what a trap house is labeled as. Men get women hooked on the rugs, and they're not going to go anywhere if you keep them in a supply. Summer Breeze, thank you so much, my love. Appreciate you. Very kind of you, my love. Thank you. Lesson, thank you for your patience and jumping Jack and Lilly's case. The interview is hard to take. Daniel, stop making up stories. 1000% Summer Breeze. Thank you so much, my love. Really, really appreciate you. And it is infuriating. It is absolutely infuriating that like, there's never been a more clear case, in my opinion, of someone lying as Daniel.
Oh,
And Malaya.
but
Well, I mean, you can't.
but in the end, like we have a daughter together, and we both love our daughter,
Yeah,
and that's just the way it is. Like,
I mean, at the end of the day, you don't kind of, just pick,
yeah,
someone that you love. It's just one of those things that happens, really,
yeah.
But
And I love kids, and I always knew that I wanted to have kids, right?
yeah.
And I never had kids until I was like 26 or 25 or 26, 2016. And
Right, with the other
yeah,
two, I mean, like,
yeah. But like I
He
love
always
the
wanted kids
aspect
to
of
be a
having
good old
kids,
dad.
and it provides the insight into life which you wouldn't have if you didn't have kids, right? It makes you a better person.
He makes me want to throw up. He really does. He truly makes me want to throw up by just the putridness of knowing that Jack and Lilly was abused, but he wants it to stand up here. I've never even raised my voice at the kids. I would never do, but Malaya did this and Malaya did that. And yet this man is up here smiling as two kids are missing, and he holds the answers, but he always wanted to be, dad.
Because
children
you
do.
get to see the progression of young ones
It
and
gets
try to
worse.
help them through
It's a long one,
becoming
but it gets worse.
the
It
best
gets a lot
versions of
worse.
themselves, right? Which they can't do on their own, right? So
Right.
Well,
it provides a very unique perspective to life, which I wish everyone could experience. And that's why it really
Shut
bugs me when
up.
people, especially young women, that say that they never want.
Don't speak about women. Don't speak about women, Daniel. You are currently being charged with 2 counts of SA and 1 count of confinement. Shut the entire up about women and what they should do or shouldn't do.
Want to have kids. And, you know, especially when really intelligent women say that, because I believe that the world needs more intelligent humans. Because what I'm seeing from the true crime community, there's a lot of people that lack intelligence. And I know.
You're hilarious, Daniel. You are fucking hilarious. We lack intelligence. Let me tell you something. A ramen noodle dehydrated shrimp has more of an IQ than you, sir. You think you're clever. That's the thing. Intelligent people don't call themselves intelligent. They don't have to drum up how good they are or how intelligent they are.
And I know some people are going to be hurt over that, but
I mean,
I was in I was in Sonny's chat, and I was like, drop a name, drop some names, Daniel, put some names on it, name some names. Come on, don't just beat around the bush. Name some names. Thank you, Miss Magdalena. How you doing, girl? Appreciate you. Thank you so much for gifting a pearl necklace. Appreciate you very much. If you received that pearl necklace, make sure you thank our dear Magdalena for gifting that. We appreciate you.
if you're one of those people, sorry.
He gets excited here, and he starts getting comfortable, really comfortable.
I will say, like sometimes for sure, absolutely. I mean, there's people that are out from a different planet than I am from.
People think emotionally before logically, and I understand that we're all human. We all think differently, and we're all unique, right? That's the best part about being a human, is everyone is individually unique.
No, I want to get to. Have you ever seen any of?
He thinks he's clever.
True crime.
Mom watches her. Mom fills me in on everything that happens on YouTube. She's capable of watching YouTube.
Right.
That I can't watch because I get frustrated. And
why, Daniel? You say you don't think with your emotions, you think intelligently. What?
It drives me to a point of, like, I want to message someone, and correct people.
Thank you,
or
Christy.
I want to say, like,
yeah, I know.
Especially when some people are on there, like Darren or Anita. It's just
I get it, because it's like they're talking about, like, your guys' life and case.
Yeah, and it's just like, that's not the way it went. That's not the way it is. That's not who I am.
That is who you are.
So
exactly.
Ninchi does say, she says, so why was CPS investigating? How did they get all the
I'm going to
black
lose my
eyes?
mind right here.
Why did the school have to give them warm clothes? Okay, so we know that CPS.
Well, I'll answer that in 3 questions, because it's 3 separate questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
CPS.
So the question was, why was CPS, Ninchi asked this, why was CPS investigating? How did they all get black eyes? Why did the school have to give them warm clothes?
Warm clothes. Okay. So
you guys are going to lose it. You're going to lose it.
I'll answer that in 3 questions, because it's 3 separate questions.
Yeah.
CPS came to the house when the behavior of Lily and Jack at school became apparent, that the teachers and staff weren't able to accommodate the needs of Lily and Jack.
Yes, that's exactly what he says right there. CPS came to the house because the teachers could no longer accommodate the behavior of Jack and Lily. That is not why CPS comes to any home in the Western Hemisphere, Daniel. You are out of it, sir. You are out of it. They come because of the health and safety and welfare of the children's environment and circumstances. That is why they come. That is the only reason they come. They don't come to offer you a resource and hand you a pamphlet for resources. That is not it.
They wanted them to
And listen to how he talks about Jack and Lilly. He really puts them down.
get tested for autism.
No.
And they were just about to be tested for autism before the disappearance. It was only like later in May or June. I don't remember exactly which. Somebody could probably dig that up because I probably said it before. But yeah, so they were just about to be tested for autism.
Right.
And so they had a real difficult time with, them not being tested for autism, because autism's a spectrum, right? And you fall into various degrees inside that
Here's the
spectrum.
bullshit coming.
And
It has nothing
to know where you are in that spectrum, that would help the teachers and staff better accommodate Lily and Jack and with their education and try to help them learn in different ways, right? That could be congruent of where they.
CPS are not special needs, Daniel. CPS are not special needs resources. That's not what it is, right? At all.
They fall on the spectrum. And so that's why CPS came out in to give me and Malaya, but more so Malaya, because Malaya is their biological parent, right?
Me and Malaya, but mostly Malaya. And again, you guys know how I feel about Malaya. However, you've got to think, I said this, and I say this, and I say this. But whenever Jack and Lily went missing, Malaya was still able to see Lily. Daniel and Janie could not see Lily in the beginning. Remember that? Malaya ended up screwing it up, yes, on her own account. And Daniel, I just showed you guys text messages a little bit ago. Daniel said Meadow was going to go with their cousin, and Malaya was going to stay there at the trailer with him until Cindy talked to him. Well, that didn't happen. Cindy and Malaya took Meadow and left. Why? Because they could not be around Daniel. That's why. They could not, Meadow could not be around Daniel.
Yeah.
And they came out to help, give her number, like phone numbers for receiving support so we could learn more on the behaviors that they have and try to help them with their needs in a different fashion, right? Because it's always better to have more information and not need it, to having less information and then you may need it, but you don't have it. So that answers the first part. That's where they came out, was to help us get support on the behaviors that the school staff were seeing. And when it comes to the stuff for the black eyes,
yeah,
me and Malaya never caused any black eyes on Jack and Lily. I know that's what a lot of people think. It was always them fighting or falling.
No.
And when the kids fought.
No, I don't believe that for a second. Your own children told CPS, according to you, Daniel, via text message, you said that my kids told CPS that I was mean to Jack and Lily. You were the ones that said they had black eyes all the time. I mean, I don't think it's a far cry for, again, innocent until proven guilty, but someone that's being charged with 2 counts of SA, 1 count of confinement, smokes meth every day. That's his text message. Smokes meth every day. And has a rat infested, filthy home, with abusive tendencies, again being charged with SA, 2 counts, and confinement, would not hit a child. But that's just me. That's just my opinion.
They fought very violently.
Yes.
And they would have
that. Listen to what he says about Jack and Lilly. They fought very violently. You mother.
people think it was always them fighting or falling. And
or
when the kids
falling.
fought, they fought very violently.
Very
And they would have,
dumbass.
because with autism, sometimes you have, I know that there's probably some parents in here that have kids with autism, and they will have extreme emotional outbursts. They used to fight all the time. And that's why it says in the RCMP documents that that Daniel had a voice that the kids listened to. That's why I used to come home from work when Malaya got too stressed out and she couldn't handle the kids. That's why I came home.
You had a voice that scared the hell out of him. Jack said he didn't want to go back to the house, allegedly, because you were mean to him. Allegedly.
From work. I had to come home from work 4 or 5 times because Malaya just couldn't control the kids and they didn't listen to her and they got violent. And Malaya would always, do what she was used to doing was.
Well, you didn't say what also Malaya said, that you constantly picked on Jack.
Just try to avoid the situation and do the best she could, and be there for Meadow, right? Because she didn't have any control over Jack and Lily. And looking back,
She didn't have any control over Jack or Lily. A 4 and a 6-year-old. Listen, they're 4 and 6. This is the time when you are teaching them. Yeah, 4 and 6 years old throw tantrums. That's what 4 and 6-year-olds do. But when they're literally in as a toxic environment, physically and nurturing them, lack of, then I think that's they're probably going to have outbursts. Yeah, they're hungry. Their lack of nutrition. There is rats everywhere. There is rugs everywhere in the house. There's fighting everywhere in the house. Jealousy.
back on that, it was extremely hard to go for, especially for me to go through, because Jack and Lily aren't my children, but I did everything as if they were my children, right? And that, breaking up fights and, come on guys, just let's sit up on the couch. You got to stop fighting. Like, Lily, there's your toys. Jack, there's your toys. And it was a lot. Like, Jack and Lily were hard for Malaya to manage. For me, they always listened. That's why you can always go back and get the documentation from the RCMP documents where it says Daniel had a voice that they listened to.
Right, I remember that.
Daniel never physically disciplined the
i.e., they were scared the hell out of you.
kids. And
Go ahead.
no, I have that. And I have that for, for the
he
public to
starts off
see.
right
But
here.
I also have videos from Cheryl that were sent to someone. And it says in those videos, I asked Malaya if Daniel ever abused the kids. And Malaya told me, no, Daniel never hit. Daniel never hit the kids. He never kicked the kids.
She did say that. She absolutely did say that. And again, I believe when she did say that, Malaya was lying there because I think she was scared CPS was going to take the kids. But then, Daniel, you don't say what she later said. Daniel picked on Jack and Lily all the time, particularly Jack. You don't mention
Kids,
that.
he never pushed the kids, he never punched the kids, he never slapped them. He just treated them different.
Punching a 4 and a 6-year-old. Who could even think about punching fucking 4 and 6-year-old? What is wrong? It's even weird to say that, and you're just up there smiling while you're saying it, Daniel. You
Differently
sick
than
fuck.
from his own. And I had to treat Jack and Lily differently because I knew
Oh,
the very
listen,
first day I ever met them.
listen to this. Oh, he this is when it starts getting crazy, guys. Listen to what he says. He says he had to treat Jack and Lily differently. You motherfucker. You bet you
Slapped
did.
them. He just treated them differently than from his own. And I had to treat Jack and Lily differently because I knew the very first day I ever met them. I knew that they were,
Absolutely.
I hate using the word that, you know, they had special needs, but I knew that Jack.
We do not know that they had special needs. We do not know. They were never diagnosed. And I don't think Jack and Lily had special needs for a minute. I think they had basic needs that were not met. That's what I think, Daniel. They had basic needs that they never got.
Jack and Lily were different from my children in a way where I could tell that their behaviors and the way that they conducted themselves were
Exactly,
different
Boomer.
from my own. And I took that challenge on, knowing that Jack and Lily were different from normal kids. And I hate saying it like that because it sounds like I'm putting them down, but that's just the way it was.
I get it.
I had to manage them in a way where I felt like I had to be more strict and had to like repeat things many times to them so they would understand, right? It wasn't just a cut and dry thing.
He had to repeat it.
Where when you're on the spectrum, it was
none.
It's much more difficult for children to learn.
Yes, Tina.
It's not the children's fault in any way. It's not the adult's fault for any way or their parent. That's just the way it is. That's just the way, you know,
Again,
the child or the children
it's not
are.
the adult's fault. That's just the way it is. No accountability.
So you had to be very vigilant. And
right. It's not the adult's fault, but he says they would listen to me, but they wouldn't listen to Malaya. But I had to constantly keep after them. I had to treat them differently.
The way that you taught the kids, right? And looking back, that's one of the support things that, you know, me and Malaya needed. Because
how do you remember this, Daniel? How do you remember all of this when you say you don't remember, you know, Thursday night? How do you remember this? You say looking back on that, you can look back on that and remember, but you can't look back on a crucial night that they go missing.
Because we didn't know how to raise kids with suspected autism, right? And it was much different from
you didn't know how to raise kids. Period,
raising my two biological kids in Meadow. It was a much different situation, and I hope people can actually grasp what I'm saying and grasp how I'm coming across with talking about Jack and Lily. I don't mean it in any way where it's putting them down. It's just the way life is, and you have to face the facts with life. That's just the way it was.
The likelihood of one of them having autism is small. The likelihood of two of them having autism is almost very, very, very small.
Sebastian Rogers' case, although he was 16, was he 15 or 16 now? Well, 17 now, but his case, he's on that autism spectrum and stuff like that. And, you know, so I'm not going to say, like I said, I mean, I know that they weren't diagnosed. So that's why it kind of bugged me actually when Malaya said possible autism.
I'll tell you something too. When my mom was there to witness this, when Cindy came into the yard,
Yep.
right, after Malaya called her, messaged her, whatever, when she showed up in the yard, the
Listen,
very first words that Malaya said to Cindy was, "I told you they were autistic, Mom."
So in the document,
because I believe there was 2 reasons why you guys wanted them diagnosed autistic. Well, one reason why you wanted them diagnosed autistic, and the other one came after the kids went missing, is because autistic children have a higher rate of wandering, and you wanted to say that. And 2, I think you wanted them to be diagnosed autistic for more of a check.
that line bugged me. Now, I mean, I was just
My mom was there to witness her say that.
well, I was like, so that's what I mean. Like,
And
That-
what I took from
We
that
don't believe
is
your mother either.
you're blaming the kids for the disappearance. But I don't know if she actually meant it in that aspect.
Can you
Right,
believe him?
But
right.
that's what I personally gained from it. But I can't speak for Malaya, right?
yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to have a little bit better context to that.
Yes,
That she was blaming the kids.
the context is everything.
Yeah,
guys will
because for
blame
that
anybody
there,
but
it's like, well,
yourselves.
did Cindy say something about it? And then when her, I mean, that would be the damn, like, just to kind of see that line in the documents, it was like, so wait, that's the first thing that's coming out of your mouth is told you
Yeah.
that, type of thing. And I thought, I mean, it would be nice to
He said Jack and Lily were different. I wrote in the chat, "You're fucking different, not Jack and Lily." Asshat.
have a little bit more context with that, what she was actually truly meaning behind that,
Yeah.
at all.
I also found it odd when Cindy and Wade showed up and they had Tim Hortons in their hands. You think the last thing you'd be thinking about is Tim Hortons when your grandchildren are missing?
Now,
Interesting, Daniel.
but in saying that, because when you say that, because I get it absolutely, but then by saying that, but this was kind of like with the Delphi murders, is that nobody would have ever guessed that the children had been murdered. They just thought that maybe they got lost,
Absolutely does.
or maybe something happened to one of them or something, right?
Mhm.
Now, so in saying that, I mean, it could possibly be, don't know
Absolutely.
the answer, obviously, that, they were just thinking, oh, they'll be found. And they weren't putting as much weight on the fact until,
Sonny, that's what we all thought. That's
well,
what we all hoped for, was we don't have to go through a year of torture wondering where 2 innocent children are. That was the hopes and
TikTok,
dreams
Daniel.
of everyone who knew about the case on May 2nd, was they went into the woods, we were going to find them, and then this whole nightmare would be over and Lily and Jack would,
Yeah.
still be here in front of us.
Yeah.
And I hope for one day to see Lily and Jack again. And this whole thing just goes behind us. And then
Daniel said they would only, Jack and Lily would only come to if they were in the woods, they would only come to him, by the way. That's in
we
the
can all
documents too, Daniel.
live the best life we can.
I mean, obviously that would be what I would think any human being would want, no matter what. At the end of the day, I would love to see that these 2 children, that something that we perhaps don't know, or that somebody else does per se, that these 2 children are still alive regardless.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's being charged with 2 counts of SA and 1 count of confinement. Yeah, he seems to lock his doors fine there, doesn't he, when it comes to allegedly a woman, but not the kids. Interesting.
to ever think that children being murdered, killed, whatever, is just hard on the heart to even think about it all.
I try not to think about it at all, Sonny. That's why I always try to remain positive. Because as soon as you let your mind wander, it becomes very, very toxic in your own mind. And
Well-
you may never escape that. The mind is all you have, Sonny. You can't control the
That's right,
external
Miss
world. You can
Kay.
only control your own
Right.
thoughts. That's the only thing that humans can control.
Yeah, you can
And
control your own
and,
actions and thoughts. That's
Miss Kay said basic needs were never met. Therefore, developmental and psychology, communication, emotional regulation, social skills, none of these behaviors should define a child and are evidence of immense trauma. And I believe Wade, Malaya's, we'll call him stepfather, if you will, he said, like, when they were around, like, if you would lift your hand up, they would flinch.
and
And you can see the trauma in a lot of the pictures. Jack is always holding his hands down here, but his little hands together like this, like his fingers together. It's an anxiety, the comfort.
to lose the ability to think in a positive manner, that's one of the worst things that can happen to a person. Is just to give up. And that's what I said at the start. And I've continued to say that. I hope for the best positive outcome
is
from
making
this,
me-
that Lily and Jack are found safe. And
Wow,
the person that committed this crime is persecuted to the full extent of the law.
I thought you said it wasn't a crime, though, Daniel. I thought you said this wasn't a crime.
I've said that many times. I've said that to investigators.
And Daniel, that's one thing I absolutely agree with you on. I hope the people that did this, the person or people that did this to Jack and Lily, fry. I hope they fry.
Like, this has destroyed so many people's lives.
It's destroyed so many people's lives. What about Jack and Lily's life?
This has destroyed my life. This has destroyed Malaya's, and this has destroyed all the
He starts out with himself. It destroyed my life.
kids. It has destroyed his Belinda as well, and everyone that's close to the children. And it broke the heart and disheartening for all the public and people that care, people that have a big heart. It destroyed so much, destroyed this province, and it's destroyed the hearts of many in this whole country.
Well, I was going to say, and I think this is where people are having a hard time, Daniel, though, is that, at the end of the day, the responsibility was on that Jack and Lily to be protected by the people on the property.
Yes.
And that's why a lot of people are feeling like none of you guys are taking accountability for the fact that had those children been properly supervised or, in a sense, right, that they would not be missing today if that's the route that it went. And so that's why I think it's like people want to hear you say, they want to hear Malaya say, like, yes, yes, we were wrong, that we weren't necessarily paying attention to the children, and regardless if they didn't typically do this.
Earlier in this interview, Sonny asked this question, and he said, this is what he said. This is going to sound narcissistic, but he doesn't take accountability because Malaya was supposed to basically watch the kids or whatever. It all fell on Malaya regardless.
This or not, right? So it still always will become, the bottom line is the children were underneath yours and Malaya's care.
Yes, I understand that,
Yeah,
Sonny.
so-
And what I said earlier is, like, I don't take accountability or responsibility. I take accountability and responsibility on that whole, I'm using this word again, the whole spectrum of everything. Yes, I was in the house. I take responsibility and accountability for that. But it's also, for me, I lay in bed with men.
And I wrote in chat here, accountability and responsibility. If you take accountability or responsibility or an apology, it doesn't have a but in it. There is no but. If you have an apology, if you take accountability or responsibility, there is no but. As Daniel just said.
But it's also, for me, I lay in bed with Meadow every morning. There was nothing about that day that was different for me. I didn't even know the kids were staying home from school.
See, there we go.
Malaya knew that. Malaya was up at 6:17 and 8:28 making a phone call to her mother. Why didn't she get up with the kids? Because she knows I lay in bed with Meadow every morning. But as the from that aspect, I don't take accountability. But from the overall view on the whole situation, I do take accountability and responsibility for that.
No, you don't.
I do. Because I could have got up with the kids. I could have changed my morning routine.
You could have got up with the kids. You could have changed your morning routine. But you just said, but Malaya was supposed to get up with them.
From what it was and made it different and got up with them. But I didn't do that. And I don't have an answer for you on why I didn't do that.
I mean,
because they were already
the thing
gone.
is right. This is honestly, there is no real answer. No answer because of the fact that, again, it goes back to woulda, coulda, shoulda, didn't, but.
Of course. And I don't have a time machine. I don't have a time machine to go back in time, because if I did, then I would 100% do that.
Was it
that
normal?
would be the one choice in life that I make. There wouldn't be any other choice before that. That would be the one definitive choice that I make in my life. That's the biggest regret I have to live with. If Jack and Lily are never found, that's the biggest regret I ever have to live with in my entire life.
Oh, that's exactly what you want, Daniel. You don't want them found.
And that's a massive regret that will just linger my whole life. For Malaya's whole life.
Don't worry about it. They're going to be found.
And my mother's whole life.
Justice will be served.
There's no way around it. It will be something that haunts for the rest of the existence, right? The rest of our existence.
Well, did they typically get up, Daniel, and kind of like, especially Lily, but did they typically kind of get like, meaning it's not unknown?
Lily would usually get up before Jack. Jack would sometimes sleep in a lot longer than Lily would. And
it's very interesting because Daniel says in other interviews, the mornings that they would get them ready for school, that they had to fight with Jack and Lily to get them to get up out of bed. But here, they get themselves up, right? They're fresh-eyed and bushy-tailed, even though they didn't go to bed till 11 o'clock. And I think the reason they had a hard time getting them up in the morning is because they slept whenever they slept.
And sometimes they would come into the room. Lily would come into the room.
And I
And
think she did clarify that the lock was on the inside of the door, like I said, but that it wasn't locked. That
yeah, it wasn't locked.
Listen to this.
You can hear it.
Right.
Like when I go up to I'm sitting in the bedroom right now. When I go up to the door, when you hear it open,
What kind of lock does that sound like? That doesn't sound like a standard lock.
Now,
and that's what woke me up. Was Lily pushing the door open, and she leaned in. She had her hand.
That's what woke him up, he says, is the door lock. But yet he also heard Jack in the kitchen.
Hand on the doorknob, and she leaned in, and that's when it woke me up. I jarred awake. That happened twice, and I said, "Lily, shh." Meadow's trying to sleep.
so I'm just
Because they would Lily and Jack would wake up Meadow quite a bit, and usually when she would try to, Malaya would, put Meadow down put our daughter. I gotta stop saying her name.
didn't she say
Put our daughter down for a nap. Lily and Jack would often wake up Meadow.
Thank you,
Stop saying her
Frosty.
name.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
you know what?
very
It's not
much.
like anyone doesn't know it.
Thank you for your support.
I know,
I mean,
but it's
Meadow's a
it's-
beautiful name.
I know, and like Lily and Jack would wake her up quite a bit, especially when she would go down in the crib for a nap, or Malaya would, I guess you would call it co-sleep with her and put her down for a nap.
Well, yeah, they said in the documents, Malaya says Jack and Lily were in the other room playing that morning. Well, but they're supposed to be home sick, right? So, but they're playing and laughing and all of that. So there's that. And then she says the kids wake up Meadow. So she gets Meadow out of the crib, which is in their bedroom, and she puts her in the bed. And then a little bit later, she says Lily comes to the room and she sees Lily, but Daniel says he sees Lily twice.
Nap.
Yeah, there
And
was, yeah, because there was some discrepancies there about this whole part as well. So the first time you
Listen.
said a few times, then you said a couple of times.
Yeah.
With this, and I even believe that it went down to, was it down to one? I can't remember. There was 3 different versions.
yeah,
right?
you
Well,
can
thank you
ask
so
me
much,
anything you want.
Frosty. I
so.
appreciate
Well,
you very much.
because
honey. Thank
so
you.
at this point, so let me ask you this:
Very kind.
if you're going into your bedroom, just
Uh-huh.
to ask you, just for my own visualization. So if you're going in your the bedroom, is your bed straight on or is it off to the side?
Annabelle, thank you so much for your gift, my love, your jewel gift. Appreciate you very much. Thank you so much, my love.
Like
Mhm.
say like the window is at the back of the trailer there
It's-
where your bedroom. Is your guys' bed
Listen to
straight
this.
on or to the
Yeah,
side?
but it's also a weird thing for me to answer that because I have so many death threats. And
Oh,
you
okay.
think I want people knowing exactly.
You're just paranoid, Daniel. I have literally been on this case since day one, and I've seen people say things to you, but I have never heard anyone threaten you.
Exactly the position where I sleep.
Okay, well,
It's a weird dynamic, but I will answer it because I don't
it
fear
was
anything.
more
Right?
about the fact of
No, I'll answer.
do you sleep on
I'll
the right
answer it.
side
Sonny.
or left side?
If you want to know exactly where I sleep, Sonny, I'll tell
It
you.
was about well, so the question really is if Malaya had only said about seeing the Lily in the morning, but she never said that any other time it was heard. So in my head, I have the bed pictured kind of like
It's right below the window. It's right below the window, and I sleep.
on the left
close-
side or right.
It's right below, like directly below the window.
Okay. So, so
And
you're saying that
I sleep closest to the door.
because you said that she woke up, right? Like that that Lily's noise, in a sense, kind of like you woke up. Lily was coming into the room. So
Yep.
so can you verify then that so Malaya did see Lily
Listen,
that morning? Because it's so weird when someone only claimed to have heard them in the next room.
Yeah, Malaya also said that we didn't know they were playing outside at the time.
Yes.
Like, Malaya, how did you?
No.
But I don't know.
no, say it, Daniel, because you wasn't thinking it through. How did Malaya know the kids were outside playing? Well, because your mom, you doofus,
I can't
alleges that the
speak
kids
for
are
Malaya.
outside.
That's
Right,
the
because of
most.
your mother.
Because I want her to speak out. Like that's why I said I want her to go on shenanigans where she feels comfortable. Like even if she's given this.
This is why he will not go to anyone that will keep him straight on an interview. He will not. He refuses. He's a coward. He knows he's lying, and he knows he can't handle someone that would keep him on the straight and narrow with the questions that wouldn't get derailed.
Like the most softball questions, even if she has to hit a Nerf
Softball
ball, even if
questions.
her questions are hit with a Nerf ball,
Mhm.
and they're so soft, at least she's doing something productive for Jack and Lily. That's not under the umbrella of just doing it for major crimes. she's doing it personally. She's going out of her way to raise awareness. That's
Yeah.
that's what we all want.
Well,
We
you
all
think
want everyone to
they
speak
never.
out and everyone to talk. I can't speak on what Malaya seen or heard that morning. I
Well,
wish I could, because I would tell everyone. I would tell everyone what Malaya seen and heard.
You guys were laying in bed beside each other, right? One says, Malaya says she was awake. Daniel was sleeping. Daniel says he was awake. She was sleeping.
I wouldn't hold back, right? If I knew her perspective and however.
But Daniel also says she was on her phone. Daniel also says that Malaya's phone was dead, so she had to use his phone.
Everything went across. I mean, how everything she's seen and how everything crossed her eyes and ears and how she felt that morning. I wish I could tell everyone that. But unfortunately, I'm not given that
Yep, it's not.
I mean,
that ability.
That's right. It's not criminal until it's criminal.
Been in the bedroom. Like, I remember, like, okay, something about that the TV got turned on for Meadow.
Well,
I'm
Janie's
sorry, for
even
baby.
fading in and out
she
of
would
speech,
usually
she
do
said.
that in the morning. So she would leave turn on the TV when she got the kids up for school, or the TV would remain on at night with the sounds of like rainstorms or
Yep.
lightning and stuff, right? Like it's calming sounds. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like sleep music. Yeah, she would usually put that on, or she would put it on in the morning. And so me and our daughter could sleep in bed, and nothing would wake her up.
And exactly what Always Late said here. Daniel, if Jack was wrestling around in the kitchen, why wouldn't you go see what he was doing? He's 4. Maybe he was hungry. So you both just ignored the noise in the kitchen. Yes. Yes. Yep. Yep. This is such a sad case to me because let's say Jack and Lily just wandered off. Which I don't believe for a second. But let's just say that's true. In the best case scenario, they were neglected and abused children. In the best case scenario. That's the best case scenario.
Now, did she have a little bassinet or in the bedroom as well? Like me, or did she just sleep with you guys?
She had a crib, but she also slept in the bed with us, co-slept as well. And when I went to bed, she was sleeping in the crib. I don't know the exact time that she was moved into the bed. The only time I can guess is when she marked the kids absent from school.
So you woke up, like, were you awake a bit?
No, I wasn't. I didn't know she marked the kids absent from school until I looked at my phone and seen definitive proof where I seen an email that said 6:17 and 6:18 a.m.
Now, again, Malaya says Daniel did not get notifications that Jack and Lily when they were marked absent. So how did he get definitive proof of that?
Right.
And I told investigators that, and told commander of operations of search and rescue. And and I told them, like, I wouldn't have kept the kids home from school. They were home yesterday, but Lily showed no signs of having a cough or anything from what I've seen when she came in twice.
So is this where kind of all the speculation that Malaya had to have done something came from?
Well, just
if he's calling the kids
just
in.
as time went on, right? There was that. There was her clothes not being here.
You said her mom and her were talking a lot more.
Hold on.
Yeah,
What did he say right there? But Frosty, she defends Daniel.
as time went on, right? There was that. There was her clothes not being here.
You said her mom and her were talking a lot more.
Yeah, there was like the lead up where
He always says leading up to the kid's disappearance. He says Malaya's clothes were not there. That's absolute bullshit, because he said in the beginning that Malaya didn't even take her clothes. She took nothing. She just left with my daughter.
the 5 or 6 calls a day. I found that a little odd. There's just all these little oddities that paint a picture, like I said earlier.
She lives on
That
the mother lives
it
on the
paints a
property in
picture of the
Camford.
whole scenario from my perspective. And then to see her actually abandon her children on May 3rd, that was, devastating for me. And I didn't understand why. Like,
So devastating.
why
for
would
Daniel.
she just leave and then never come back? No one in her family came back.
Well, I think that's probably one of the most shocking things is that just to watch somebody pay. I get it. Jeannie says she wasn't kicked off the property, but
No, it was just Haley and them, right? Because like Haley was at the end of the driveway. Like I wasn't there for the interaction, so I don't know, right?
Yeah.
And I guess Haley was screaming, Daniel did it. Daniel knows where the kids are. Daniel has something to do with it. And then like you found the only evidence, Haley. And did they use that
Haley and one of your family members, Daniel,
dispute at the end of the driveway?
They found the planted evidence, Daniel, the pink blanket that you say RCMP says 100% that it was planted. And they also took your DNA for that, by the way.
To trigger the way out, right? Like, did they?
He starts getting crazy here again. It gets crazy here again. Right. He says he's making it seem like Jack and Lilly are the reason they disappeared is because Malay was trying to find a way out.
They use that as an act to, leave and never come back. They can just openly say, oh yeah, mom kicked them off the property and we weren't allowed to, be on the property. We weren't allowed in the area.
So they knew ahead of time that your mom was going to kick them off the property, right, Daniel? Is that what you're saying?
But that still wouldn't, you would think, like, regardless, she didn't have to be back on the property as much as she was, like, at least actively showing.
Well, they could have just, left that day and then came back the next morning and parked their car somewhere else and helped search.
And that's what.
And it's all these. That's what I mean. All these little things.
They absolutely could have, Daniel, but I don't find it a coincidence that whenever there's this big blow up and they start blaming Daniel because Daniel was in the bathroom that night smoking meth while they were there, and they start blaming Daniel. I believe Malaya said something to them, but I don't find it a coincidence that after they realized that the family realized that they knew Daniel did something, they don't come back because there's nothing to look for. They know something happened to the kids. That's the reason they didn't come back, in my opinion.
Things add up into this giant picture for me. And it's just, I know it's all circumstantial stuff, but from my perspective, it all adds up. But that's only my perspective, right? I can't speak for anyone else. And I wish someone else would come out and speak, but at this point, I think that would be an extreme luxury.
I was going to say, I wonder who the next person is that's going to come out of the woodwork and speak, which, you know what, by all means, somebody has actually something to contribute.
And I want to say the stuff with Haley too. I wasn't doing any drugs in the bathroom. If I was doing drugs in the bathroom, first thing Haley would have said is, "I smell smoke. I see smoke." Like,
Daniel, everyone knows in the area that you're a meth smoker. We know who your dealer is. And they don't just make it up that you were smoking meth in the bathroom when there's 2 children missing. The family doesn't. Daniel, we have your text messages where you say you smoke meth every day.
that would have been the first instinctual thing you see when someone's doing drugs in the bathroom. And why would I do drugs in the bathroom when
Because that's where you kept your rugs, was in the bathroom on the hot water tank in that little piece of container.
there's 100 people on the property and there's RCMP?
Because you're
I would have been
addicted?
taken out in handcuffs. They would have.
No, you wouldn't have been taken out in handcuffs. When they're there for missing children, they don't care about the mess. They're looking for the missing children. They would not have taken you out in handcuffs.
See, if I did have drugs, they would have seized drugs. They would have seized drug paraphernalia, and I would have went in handcuffs, and would it all been all over the news?
We see that's the
Right.
part where I probably have a different opinion on that, because they're there for 2 missing children.
But it would all play into an aspect. It would be evidence on which they could have used it for an investigative tool, right?
They might have used it as an investigative tool. You're not telling
Against
us
me.
everything, Daniel.
Didn't you say? I mean, because Charmaine was saying this, because I remember when me, her, and Kent, were originally talking about, like what could have happened to the kids. It was like, okay, was it that they got into the drugs, an accidental overdose kind of cover up, was it some people were thinking about Jack, that Lily or Jack got hurt, and then they had to take out the other one, smothering, or that something about it. I think someone said about a bathtub, and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And
people said there was like water in the bathtub. Like,
yeah,
that's completely false. I don't understand that in this case, people just make up whatever they want and people run with it. It's
Daniel, you make up whatever you want. There was water in the bathtub.
It's an atrocity on such a high level that people actually do that, and it spreads like wildfire.
So just to clarify, so I was told that you had a man kid in the bathroom. From this, so the original source of this would have been Malaya.
Listen to this
that
right
you
here.
had a man kit in the bathroom that had your drugs. That's where you kept your drugs, and that and obviously Haley has made the comment that Malaya said that you've been doing drugs ever since, or that she found out you were doing drugs since Meadow.
I've shown you text messages where Daniel says he does math every single day. He's done it for years. And that he says the math doesn't bother him like it does most people. He says he doesn't get addicted.
And stuff like that, and that.
I don't know if that was the exact time, but I allowed Malaya to catch me.
Listen to this.
Catch me.
Okay. Well, just wait a second. Just wait a second before I play this. I honestly about threw my phone when I was listening to this, what he is about to say, how fucking ridiculous this sounds like. Listen to what he says right here.
Since Meadow, and stuff like that, and that.
I don't know if that was the exact time, but I allowed Malaya to catch me doing them because I didn't want to hide it. I hid it for so long with Malaya that it was a part of me that, because I don't like lying.
That's right. Daniel said he allowed Malaya to catch him doing math because he doesn't like lying. The problem is, Daniel, you just admitted that you were doing rugs while Jack and Lily and Meadow were there. There you go. Which, again, we've already have you saying that you've done it every day for years. But again, I, his little math hard could not take it anymore, y'all, that he was holding this in so deeply, his little math hard, that he had to tell Malaya that he was smoking the mathematics.
I don't like lying, especially to the person I was in a relationship with, right? That's one of the highest forms of disrespect, and it's very disloyal. And I just couldn't bear the weight of any more of Malaya, of me hiding anything from Malaya. That's the only thing I've ever hid from Malaya. And
yeah,
it ate me up on the inside.
It's
because I don't
from the
like
outside
lying.
too.
So I
Bitch, that Drano is eating you up. You damn right it is.
eventually let Malaya catch me doing it. And like I never spoke out and never ever said that. I think that's my first time ever saying that.
Yeah, because it's fucking
Yeah,
ridiculous.
I think the thing is Daniel is like
And that's right. You're exactly right. They caught him.
Haley obviously made the comment that you were right. Oh, that's why.
This is the thing. There is no shame in being addicted. I don't shame, like, whatever. Dude, say, you know what? I was fucked up at the time, right? I was addicted. I was an addict. I am ashamed of myself. I can't, whatever. There's no shame. I'll be 12 years clean in September. So what? So what?
Why you were running around. And Wade also I think made a comment about you in his video there, about you looking very like your shade of skin color and stuff like that. And the thing is, I think it's just like, so that all plays into the fact of
it's also a traumatic situation where your stress levels are at their peak.
Sammy, thank you so much for your gifts, my love. Appreciate you very, very much. Thank you so very much. I mean, I never bought a street drug in my life. I've only, I had a surgery. I knew my doctor. He overprescribed me way too much. And I took what he gave me, but I was addicted to the pain medicine. So it's like anybody can be addicted, intentionally or not intentionally. I've never done a street drug ever other than weed twice in my life. And that's not for me, but anybody who likes it, fine, whatever. Just don't hurt your kids, man.
That they could possibly ever be in life. And it's not fair for someone to judge another person in a time when I was me and my family were doing everything we could to find Lily and Jack, and to see Wade and Cindy and Malaya and them just sitting around like it's a fun family reunion. And
yeah,
it was difficult.
Can you give us that picture that you can recall kind of that day, like just a visual of, like that, obviously like past the point of, you and
Listen to
Malaya,
this.
outside and the kids are missing stuff.
Thank you,
But
Blaine.
when police or when people started arriving, and kind of like to that comment you made, and your
Absolutely.
mom made a comment about that they ate all.
Absolutely, Peggy. And he said he goes to Narcotics Anonymous, quote, 3 times a week for that bullshit, end quote. He says, because he said there was no drugs, there was no this, there was no that. At least he finally admits now that there was drugs. But just own it and don't make an excuse for it.
Food or something like that.
And the food was like all brought to the house by everybody that came, right? Because like
Listen to
in a
this.
situation like that, it was like, yes, yes, Sonny. People even brought KFC, and and I think I might have got a piece of chicken out of that. And you know, even my employer donated $1,000 toward the search effort for food, because they knew that in a situation like that, you have to keep your strength up. You have to eat and drink as much as possible.
I think I wrote that in chat because he said he wasn't even home most of the day on the first day.
Because it's such a situation where
they said
if you don't eat or drink,
even in the RCMP documents, Malaya says Daniel was running around erratic when he was there, and says that like he was avoiding eye contact he was avoiding the family and like the RCMP.
It does something to you, right? And because your body is just trying to run on pure adrenaline. And it didn't feel like that for Malaya and her family. Like I didn't get that perspective from them. Yeah, I didn't get any actions or any visual cues.
You weren't around most of the
This
day.
was a search for 2 missing children. I never got that.
He never got that from Malaya and the family.
And I openly talk about that. It felt like it wasn't like Jack and Lily were missing. And like I was running around, I was running through the woods. Like I didn't stop screaming for Lily and Jack. I said this before, like my throat hurt so bad. And I, like many times during the search, I had to sit in the woods and just try to, gang my composure, because my heart was beating out of my chest and I couldn't breathe
because of the mask.
Because I had this sense of urgency that we have to find the kid.
He just sat in the woods. But they're sitting around.
It's mind-boggling to think back on and see like.
How do you remember all of that, Daniel? How do you remember all of that? Oh, he absolutely is. He's like, I'm not blaming the family, but he throws it at him.
All the memories that flood back of that whole situation.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I mean, obviously, that's probably going to, like, for me, that's probably one of the hardest.
And that wasn't a bash on Malaya's family. That was my perspective on what I seen. Like that's what I visually seen and what I heard.
He is so manipulating. That wasn't a bash on Malaya's family. That's what I seen. But what about when they say you were mathed out and you were running around acting, quote, erratic, end quote? Is that a bash on you, Daniel? Or is that just what they seen?
That's how I felt.
Well, do you remember?
In the time, right?
Do you remember in the message to Charmaine that, and at first I thought you were calling Malaya a psychopath. Was it Cindy that you were referring to, I believe?
Cindy.
Because I'm sure you said that like as if she had no emotions.
Yeah, it was emotionless. And she displays every trait of a psychopath. in the last trait I looked for was no empathy. And in a situation like that,
Listen to
that's
this.
when empathy would be at its highest point, right? Because you know something's wrong, and you should have empathy of like the whole situation. There's your grandchildren are missing, and that aspect or that trait should have been on full blown display.
Everyone has a way of speaking, but Daniel always says when he's calling someone a narcissist, he always says, and that was the last thing, no empathy that I was looking for. He says that every time. In the very early interview, Martell has said he was in the bedroom with his partner and their baby when he last saw Lily and Jack on the morning of May 2nd. He recalled that Lily was wearing a pink top when she had poked her head in the door of their bedroom prior to departing. Listen to this. Minutes later, he heard the sliding door that leads out to the backyard open and close. Martell had estimated within, quote, a few minutes, end quote, he set out to find the children, driving his vehicle on back roads and looking in culverts for them without success. So Daniel admits, he says, of hearing later, he heard the sliding door that leads onto the backyard open and close. Martell estimated it was within a few minutes. Again, in this interview, he said, how did Malaya know it was 20 minutes? He's blaming Malaya of 20 minutes. But here he is again quoted in saying that it was, quote, a few minutes. You're a liar, Daniel, and you're not good at it.
Right? Other than the other, traits of Machiavellianism and the other traits of that are displayed with psychopathy.
Yeah. Well, he slipped there. He was in Malaya's car, but here he said his car. Now, you could say he meant his car was Malaya's car, but I believe he slipped and said his car because the neighbor said after midnight he heard Daniel in his car. The neighbor on the other side of Malaya in Daniel's house said that they heard Daniel that night going in and out.
And
two different neighbors.
I never seen any empathy, and that was one of the biggest things that, like, and this is all my perspective too, right? This is just what I've witnessed, and I can only speak for myself, but that's how it came across through my eyes. That's heard.
Yeah. Times, but they have this
it's quite the opposite. And I wish Haley would have kept speaking out, because she was considered a voice for Lily and Jack, and it just faded off into complete darkness. And we never heard anything on Haley ever again. I don't know if she just couldn't take the judgment of being attacked, or she turned on Cheryl, because I know that she said a lot of things against Cheryl and Malaya and Cindy as well. She even said stuff on Patty, I do believe.
So in the conversations that we had, and there was multiple. I mean, I will say this, like, for me, okay, in talking with Haley, with her, I always felt that she was genuine in her being, Jack and Lily, that about the family being upset. by Malaya's actions or lack thereof.
Okay, listen to this right here. Sandra, thank you so very much, my dear. Appreciate you. 15 months. You have a beautiful doggy. Beautiful doggy. Thank you so much, Sandra. Very unique markings. Appreciate you, Miss Sandra. Thank you so much for your support. This is Daniel Martell, speaks to CTV on May 6th, 2025. Quote, she went out in the this is Daniel talking. Quote, she went out of the room and I could hear Jack out in the kitchen. So here he says she, meaning Lily, she went out of the room, like out of their bedroom, and she could hear Jack in the kitchen. A few minutes went by. I heard nothing. Daniel said he got up and went out to the kitchen. Checked everything. I seen they weren't there. Checked their bedrooms and they weren't there. Quote, unquote, he says. Quote, so I looked out the backyard. That's the only place they would go. And their boots were gone. The sliding door was closed. Usually, they don't close the door. I usually have to remind them to close the door over and over, end quote. Martell says he then jumped in his vehicle and started looking for them. Not my 2016 white Nissan Pathfinder, right? But once we called him out on that stuff, he started naming the white Nissan Pathfinder. Quote, I searched every dirt road and searched every culvert as fast as I could until I got back and seen the RCMP was there. And they wouldn't let me back in the woods until there was a guy dressed in military gear. He allowed me to jump back in the woods. So I jumped the back of the fence and continued my search, end quote, he says. Quote, the house is just silent. There is no magic in the air. It's just silence. That's all I can really say. Martell said after the disappearance, the children's mother left the area to be with family in another part of the province and has blocked him from social media. He said that there was an argument between the two families out in the yard of the home that day. Quote, my mother had to kick some people off the property because they were saying that I did it. I had something to do with it. I'm the only one here fighting for them, which he said. Let me see here. This is one of the neighbors. Text. I have to wonder if they'll ever be found, let alone if we'll ever know the truth of what happened to them. I live 500 feet from, I didn't even know the kids lived there at all. I thought it was a drug house. There's always cars there that go in and out. It's odd. This is when that person said there was a, hold on, that wasn't the one I was wanting to show you. Okay, here it was. Here he says, we were laying in the room and Malaya and the baby Meadow, and Lily poked her head in a couple times. I seen, meaning Daniel seen, that she was wearing a pink t-shirt, and we usually don't like them to be loud because they were going to wake up the baby. We want the baby to get as much sleep as possible. He said he estimated it took up to 20 minutes to notice that the two children were gone. You was just blaming Malaya rather, for saying that it took 20 minutes. Like, where did she get that? You was saying. Well, this is you saying it. This is you saying it. Okay. All right, let me find that one thing. I think because this is the next thing. Let me pull this up because I think he's going to say
about getting dolled up as if 2 children aren't missing. She had said that that Malaya basically didn't change her story from what she had basically said in the interview.
I agree.
And so I'm just going by kind of what was said. So it felt like, like it, people, most times, a lot in a sense, they don't want to feel like they're betraying a relative, family member, sister, and stuff like that by speaking out. Because I'm sure a lot of people, if they were to speak out the truth, they would be very muchly take the wrath of their family that would be pissy at them. And you know what I mean? Like, no,
From apart.
right. And
It would cause a quarrel between.
I mean, Jack
Let me
and
get that
Cindy
Daniel.
hated off. Okay. And he
So what
had to
YouTube.
yeah. And so then, right,
Yeah, I remember that. That's when I still watched YouTube.
scroll.
He doesn't watch
I,
YouTube anymore.
I thought I would, so would know the keys that were up in the
Yeah,
corner.
those could have been my plasma
Okay, listen to
lighter.
this.
Right. But then there was the keys that were up in the
Yeah,
corner.
those could have been my Dodge Journey keys because they came from a Dodge vehicle.
Well,
Yeah, those could be his Dodge Journey keys. Remember the keys on the hot water tank that Daniel blamed it was, I don't know if Mohawk's still in here or if you guys can remember. He blamed it was, I think, Malaya's brother's keys or something like that. He now says that these keys could be his Dodge Journey keys. He's going to talk about
oh,
it.
because I was gonna say, I was like, right. But then there was the keys that were up in the
Yeah,
corner.
those could have been my Dodge Journey keys because they came from a Dodge vehicle.
Well, because I was gonna say, I was like, I think Haley would know if those were her keys because she's
Yeah, those could have been my because
Like
they're
me.
from a Dodge,
okay. So
and I used to
Oh, they
have
had
a
mud on
Dodge
'em.
Journey.
Love you,
but why?
Connor.
Go ahead.
So
Let me see if I
looking
find
back, those could have possibly been my keys.
Let me find those. I'll
Okay.
show 'em to
So
you.
right. So
But
regardless.
at the time, I should have clarified all of that. Those could have been my keys because they're from a Dodge.
And you know what?
You blamed someone else that those were not your keys. So why would you lie about that, Daniel? You know what your keys. You know what your keys. I mean, we all know if there are keys. If it's past or present, we still know that we've owned a set of keys that looks like that. So why are you lying about that? Maybe it's because the neighbors said that they heard your car going in and out of the driveway after midnight until 5:30 a.m. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's that there is a vehicle over at your dad's that you had that you admitted, but now deny in this interview. You say it was your dad's car. Where is that car, Daniel? Where is that car? Hmm?
And Haley's boyfriend drove a Dodge. So looking back, those like and maybe I thought at the time this is a good thing to talk about because we can clear up that inconsistency there.
Let's clear it up, buddy.
Those could have been my Dodge Journey keys, but I don't have those keys anymore. I should have went back and looked at that and see if those were actually my keys because they came from a Dodge vehicle, and I do believe that Haley's boyfriend's truck was a Dodge Ram. So
Yeah, but was he in your bathroom?
yeah, he was inside the house. Yeah.
Was he in your
so now-
bathroom?
So so going back to like said to
See,
Haley, just-
again, I would have said, no, I asked you, was he in your bathroom? Not was he in your house? Was he in your bathroom? You've got to be very specific with these.
if there's one thing I
motherfuckers.
want to say is that throughout all this time, Haley, obviously a mother herself, and all she's ever said is, Sonny, I just would like to know what happened to Jack and Lily. Like, and being frustrated with her sister, right? The actions of her sister, meaning if you have children that are missing, type of thing, why are you acting a certain way? Like, why aren't you acting like two children disappeared in a
Yeah.
sense?
It
So,
almost gives the vibe that there's a lack of caring there.
so what is it that why do you keep kind of going on the attack on Haley to say that she's like, well, she found it. Like,
Because
why? Where did that come from?
Haley
Because he flat out blamed Haley, that Haley planted the blanket.
accused me of doing drugs.
Daniel, you just said, think about this. This is a guy who said he just, that he let Malaya catch him doing rugs. But now he's saying, Haley accused me of smoking meth in the bathroom. And so did other family members, Daniel.
Okay.
In the
And so
bathroom,
do your
which
text
clearly
messages,
wasn't
you
the
say
case.
clearly do.
There was
So-
because I would have been taken out in handcuffs because meth is a substance that's it's not taken lightly. It's not taken lightly like marijuana is, or like a substance that's
Thank you for that,
like
Daniel.
a prescription
We had no
drugs.
idea.
It holds a different classification under the Controlled Substance Act.
We had no idea. Thank you for that.
It's like
Very
if
wise,
I did have
Daniel.
drugs and there was drug paraphernalia, I would have been taken out immediately. I would have been taken
So
on handcuffs
wise.
because methamphetamines falls under a different distinction than, and it falls under a different distinction in the Controlled Substance Act. It's not the same thing. Possession of that is a far extreme matter compared to your normal drugs like marijuana or illegal tobacco or anything of that nature. And the police would have used that as an investigative tool especially at the start where like I was under such high scrutiny from major crimes, right?
Mhm.
Because there was a full-on investigation. They could have used that as an investigative tool, right? If there was drugs or drug paraphernalia, that would have been,
I'm looking for something
that would have
here.
been a very great investigative tool because there was a lack of evidence, and there still is a lack of evidence.
You hear him?
That would have been one of their best tools they could have had at the time if there was drugs, right? That would have been, they would have
Daniel.
jumped right on that.
So basically, for
We have
you,
to think it from the aspect of law enforcement. That would have been the best investigative tool they would have had at the time.
No, they wouldn't.
Right?
No.
They're not interested in your feelings or how
They're
you
not
feel.
interested in your
They're interested in
drugs at the
finding two
time.
missing children, and
Absolutely.
they would have took that very seriously.
Not at all.
There's an illegal controlled substance that was on the property, and there's drug paraphernalia. We can use as an investigative tool because we don't have any evidence. We can always hold this in our back pocket and use it against them.
Well, you
and
did say
charge
the
them
one
with it.
guy brought it up, that Luke guy or whatever, right? It was Luke that brought that up when they said to you, like, Daniel, by chance.
Yeah, he brought up this stuff about, he's like, do you do drugs? And I was like, yeah, I've used methamphetamines before, and he dived into like some people when they're on that stuff, they go, they have get extremely aggressive and like all this other stuff. And I was like, no, that's not me. Like when I did that stuff, I felt relaxed. It was like most
you
people,
didn't.
they get that feeling from using, cannabis or marijuana, whatever.
Then why did they say you was walking around acting erratic like a maniac? And your ex, since you've Jack and Lily's went missing, one of the exes you dated, she said you're a whack-a-mole on the math, Daniel. Math doesn't make anybody feel calm. I don't care if you got ADHD or not.
Everyone to refer to it as, they get this feeling of relaxation. That's
I got ADHD, so
what I got from doing stimulants.
You're so full.
It brought me my dopamine levels up to a place where I felt relaxed. Like I felt like normally, like I should. Because my brain makes such low dopamine. That's the thing I've discovered by being diagnosed with ADHD. ADHD brains make up to 70% less dopamine.
Oh, shut
and
up.
the receptors of dopamine don't react to
Your bullshit.
stimulation the same. So like when you know, let's say when you see like a puppy or a dog, right? That's a cute thing and it raises your dopamine because you think it's cute and it's fun. Like my brain works on a different level. It's always looking for stimulation. And that's where I found
works on a different level.
stimulation to feel normal was from stimulants. And that's what they give you for ADHD is they give you pharmaceutical methamphetamines. I don't know how many people know that,
No,
but
it's
that's what they
not.
give you.
No, it's not.
You know, the closest thing for
It is not.
what was that?
Google it.
Is my niece
Not
when
true.
I had her on. She struggled with drugs since she was 15. Math, different. I couldn't even probably begin to know, right? Because I never done it.
Mhm.
You know, last time I ever.
She may have even suffered from being looked for
getting ready to
stressed,
go
and it might have been a way to make her
It's
Hold on.
thing or young women, and it's because they have this self-image that they struggle with.
or that. Yeah,
I cannot stand
right.
him
Like
talking
all of a
about
sudden,
women.
someone's like to school.
I lay in bed with metal. If you thought the children were going to school, okay. I lay in bed with
Belinda asked this.
metal every morning. I'm unaware of the time, right?
Like,
All I know is that
wrong.
the light was coming through the curtains, right? I wasn't aware of what time it actually was because I don't look at my phone. It was a normal day for me. And I always lay in bed with our daughter, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary with that day. Lily came in. I said, shh. Like, I didn't know when Malaya was going to get up. She usually got up with the kids. But that morning she didn't.
Here we go.
And I always said earlier in this conversation, like, I should have got up.
Mm-hmm. Okay, look at this. All right. Let me make this a little bit bigger. If you look, there's keys right here. This is Daniel's math kit. This is Daniel's math kit. This is whenever they went inside the bathroom, they took this picture because one of them had used the bathroom and they heard him banging around in there, and he was in there for quite a while. And one of them said they had to use the bathroom and they snapped this picture. Miss Mama 3, thank you so much for renewing your membership, darling. Good to see you. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. Thank you for your support. Really do appreciate that, Miss Mama. Good to see you. So, Daniel, it's very interesting that now you're saying this is your keys. This is your keys. When you were blaming, I think it was Malaya's brother or Haley's boyfriend. I can't remember. Right. Okay. Okay. What is your estimated time that the 911 call? This is the last thing I want to know. Daniel says it was done with Wi-Fi, and investigators asked for the number a week ago. So Malaya didn't tell them she called with Wi-Fi, I guess. But she says in the RCMP documents, she doesn't say she calls with Wi-Fi. She says the app won't let her. Okay. Let's see here. This is Daniel's ex. No problem. People should know the real Daniel Martell. He's insane, and I seriously think he's a sociopath. Even he said he thinks he could be a sociopath before. Major Crimes has also came and talked with me and recorded everything and encouraged me to charge him. I'm wondering if there is other charges happening. They definitely don't think Daniel is innocent. They just don't have proof. I think they do now. This is from a long time ago. But his dad was a trapper when he was young, so they know how to get rid of bones and bodies when Daniel was young. Okay. Let's see here. That's when they said they heard Daniel. Let me find it here. I have so much on this. This is when the kids first went missing. Right. Look at this. There was all kinds of stuff in that yard. Smoke chimney just going. This is where Janie had raked the night before. So much. They're not even beginning. Dad was a trapper too. My dad trapped all the time. So what phone did she use then? Well, she supposedly used her phone, but we'll see. We'll see. Guys, I'm at almost 4.5 hours. I'm gonna end it here. How much longer do we have on this? We're at 7 hours and 58 minutes, 7 hours and 57 minutes. And there is 9 hours and 40 minutes. So we got about an hour and 50 minutes left. Yeah, he did. No shit. Yeah, Daniel trapped women. They absolutely failed. They absolutely failed. Oh, let me check gifts. Yeah, let me check gifts. Thank you for reminding me that. CPS failed Jack and Lilly, not only once, but more than once. Let me see. Okay. Oh God, I hope my phone don't die. Okay, give me 1 second. Alrighty. Let me thank Leslie keeping it real. Thank you so much, my PhD. Well, good to see you, love. Thank you so much for the 250 joules. Appreciate you, my dear. Thank you so much. And Sammy Miami, thank you for the 2 joules, my dear. Appreciate you very, very much. And Miss Mama, thank you so much for 7 months. Hey, Justin, much love. Hello, darling. Thank you for renewing your membership. I really appreciate you. Won't do it without you, my friend. I think that's everything. So I think I'm pretty sure. I didn't miss anybody to that pearls or mods. I think that's it. If I missed you, I really, really apologize. Not intentional. And they fell asleep and kept them out and couldn't open the door. Yeah. Yeah. I know with Finny mixed with math, I know. It's crazy. It's crazy. Guys, thank you all so much for joining me. I got to be up at 5:30 in the morning. Appreciate you all. You guys are amazing. The last presser, the RCMP, seemed a little more confident in the body language. But they say that they are making progress, and I believe they are. They are. Love you guys. Appreciate you. I'll see you guys, Lord willing, tomorrow. God bless everyone. Good night.